11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brave ng malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Ilang beses na natin napatunayan na walang makakatalo sa paraan ng ating paglalaro. 2 gintong medalya, 3 MSC titles, at 3 World Championship trophies ang tanda kung bakit Pilipinas ang tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Pero sa huling pagbubukas ng pinakamalaking esports league sa ating bansa, may panibagong pagsubok na haharapin ang ating mga manlalaro para manatiling totoo ang mga katagang Pinas lang malakas. Kailangan nilang itaas ang lakas. Magandang araw, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 11! Sa haba ng listahan ng ating mga napagtagumpayan, may dalawang rason kung bakit Pilipinas lang malakas. And to know what it takes para alamin kung paano itaas ang lakas, we will undertake a different goal this season of defining exactly what makes up the Philippine meta. We will highlight the sophomores, the role players, and the second in command who were all dubbed as the unsung heroes until now. Now, to finally kick things off, we're gonna start where we left off. MPL Philippines defending champions Blacklist International will go up against the reigning world champion Echo for our season opener. Now the question is, are you ready? Welcome to Mobile Legends. Smash them! All troops deployed. Sabayan niyo ako dito. Casters, pasok!
Hello Philippines and hello world. This is MPL Philippines Season 11. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Reptar, and today we welcome you back to the land of world champions. Today it's Blacklist International and Echo for the first match of the season. How you boys doing?
It's great to be back at your service on desk and to open up with the World Championship rematch. This is a treat.
It's a treat. It's a gift. It really feels like Christmas came early today because, we're getting it again, and I'm very happy that this is going to be the opening match of our season.
Just imagine, we never left Jakarta from M4. These two teams both dared to be great. And once again, we are about to showcase Filipino excellence. But before that, we are calling all the Smart and TNC users who are watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/SIMREG now and get your free 3 gigabytes of data. Sweet for the first match of the season. Now going back to this highlights of the day, man. The new kids, the new players on the block, Blacklist International, Yui and Super Red. This is something new.
Yep, they are new. To those who don't know, they are formerly Maharlika esports players. I'm talking about Yui. And Super Red came from K-Sign. So if you are a fan of the amateur scene, you know the name of these teams. You know these kids.
Yeah, Yue might be someone more familiar to the local watchers of the amateur scene, as Leo mentioned there. But I want to talk about here his all-time favorite heroes as per his profile in the game itself. Eve, Xavier, Valentina. So this is a man who loves his spoke heroes. And dare I say, looking at his all-time favorite heroes list, very reminiscent of the KDA machine / MVP machine Haji.
Look at those stats go. It's the career background. If I remember back then, it was Oheb, the first member of Blacklist International that they tried to hone new players from the amateur going up in the scene, and they want to prove it here once again. For me, this is something I've seen Renege, I've seen the Hitman. Now we have Yue, we have Super Red to know on how they want to play this game.
Yep, and Super Red coming in as a gold laner. Again, shades of Oheb here. We can't help but mention the Filipino sniper at the start of his career in the MPL. These are some of the heroes he used a lot. I'm talking like Season 7, Season 8. You got the Alice, you got that Farsa, and a Kimmy, which Red was actually top Philippines. Number 8 Kimmy.
Yeah,
wow.
Number 8 on the Kimmy, number 5 on the Alice, number 9 on the Farsa. This just shows Blacklist International has a great eye for finding talented players, finding those diamonds in the rough. And we're going to be seeing today for this very first match how much of a diamond they're going to be.
Black versus Echo today, and how is this good to start the season with a total bang? And following up, we have TNC and Nexplay EVOS. We're seeing new faces. How the roster showed up a few weeks ago, and how my excitement right now cannot be so contained as of this moment.
Make that both of us, because if this match is very familiar, it's a rematch of the century. Tonight's match at 6:30, TNC versus Nexplay EVOS, you better set your alarm clocks because that's a lot of new faces. I'm excited to see the fated Minana.
Today, just imagine these players back in the season, now they're revamped up, they're more prepared. There's a lot of things to look forward to, especially now with new players is more present. Man, if we dig all the history right now, I have so much. But right now, let's talk about and throw it to Sona to our first hand of Yue and Super Red.
Live over here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. My name is Sona, and together with me is the newest member of the Blacklist agent family and is now part of the main five. Yue, kamusta? Congratulations again on making it to MPL. Napakarami nang nag-aabang sa'yo ngayon, lalo na in your very first matchup. So, kamusta yung mga naging preparations mo bilang parte ng iyong bagong squad?
Ano po, okay lang naman po. Ano po, nag-hard work po kami sa mga practices namin, tsaka sa mga review. Yun po.
Right. So, reviews, practices, very important yan, lalo na napaparating ang ating 11th season. But speaking of which, lalo na ngayon, what do you think are one of the most important things na kailangan? Kasi syempre, nandito ka na eh. Ano yung naging malaking pagkakaiba back when you were in the amateur scene na ngayon ay nandito ka na sa professional league?
Ano po, wag pong kakabahan, tsaka dapat po confident lang. Tsaka, and ano po, think positive.
Think positive all the time, right? And as of this moment, kung tutuusin, when you actually think about it, ngayon, na parte ka na ng squad na ito, you were also part of the C-Ball national team. And yung C-Ball, hindi biro yan because you get to represent the country. So, naset mo yun sa sarili mo na gusto mong makakuha yung C-Ball title and be part of the national team. So now, na yung mga naging kalaban mo dati, ikakampi mo na ngayon, what are the goals that you actually managed to set for yourself para sa Blacklist International?
Apo, maging ano po, best sa pinaka-best ko po, tsaka yung pinaka-goal ko po ngayon, mag-champion.
Hey, champion is the goal, not only for Yue, but also the rest of Blacklist International. And of course, last but not the least, siguro hindi pa ito yung last but not the least, pero with great power, because of course, you're part of one of the most well-known organizations in MPL history, but also with great power comes great responsibility as he will be filling in the shoes of the KDA machine, which is none other than Haji na namili na magpahinga muna and skip Season 11. The question is, ano sa tingin mo yung pinagkaiba mo? Ano yung i-expect ng mga tao kay Yue para sa Season 11?
Ang i-expect nyo po sa akin ay bibigay ko po lahat ng makakaya ko tsaka yung pinaka-best ko sa every game namin po.
And the best is really the most important part of the process. Kasi hindi lang naman ikaw ang bagong parte ng Blacklist family, but also there are 3 new players. And I do believe na 2 sa kanila ang maglalaro today. That is gonna be the question kung sino nga ba ang mga makikita natin maya-maya lamang. But also, this is your opportunity to give a message to the rest of the Blacklist family para makita din natin or para mas makilala ka pa nila. So anong mensahe mo sa mga nanonood ngayon dito sa venue and of course, sa nanonood sa kanilang mga tahanan?
Patuloy nyo lang po kami supportahan sa mga laban namin ngayon at sa mga susunod namin na laban.
There you have it. Very much, quite worded, pero patuloy nyo silang suportahan. And that is, once again, Yue, maraming salamat sa pagbibigay sa amin ng iyong impormasyon. This time, casters, it's your turn to take the floor.
Confidence and positivity, that's Yue for the new member of Blacklist International for this season. I am so excited on how this player turns out because what he said, Haji is taking a break this season. And for all we know, he could replace the mid laner role for this match.
Yeah. Actually, I noticed Yue lost a lot of weight and he grew taller. Like, he matured under Blacklist.
Yeah, it's not so obvious because Sona's a massive dude. But yeah, Yue gained height, and I love the confidence to outright say, going into your first match, I'm looking to become a champion this season. That's a championship mentality you need if you're going to be a player of Blacklist International.
Just imagine how these 3 new players for Blacklist are going to fill these shoes. It is not as easy as it looks like. No, there's no MV3 present as of the moment, except for Edward.
Yeah,
but
Edward's
this challenge is something else. But let's see, the players right now is ready for the first match of the day.
recalibrated and revamped. This is not the same team we've known, but they hold the same goal: defend the crown here at home. Welcome to the stage. They are the reigning, defending champions of MPL Philippines, Blacklist International! Doubters may be loud, but the Orcas will always be prouder. Undisputed and undeniable in the world stage, the homeland throne is their next goal. Welcome to the stage. They are the reigning, defending champions of the world, Echo!
I love the smiles and I love the confidence. Again, both have dared to be great in the world stage. Now they meet once again with new players trying to recode once again. As we've mentioned, the reigning and defending MPL champions and the world champions once again on the first match.
What really gets me is the fact that the agents, despite the massive revamp, right, the code rewritten, they're still here to support in droves. And as well, limang Echo fans, looks like there's more of them now.
Yeah, a lot of them now. Since it's happening, let's throw to the keys to victory and how this match is about to happen.
Oo nga pala sa Midnight. Hatid sa inyo ang Infinix Keys to Victory. Ito ang kailangan mga gawin ng ating mga teams upang manalo dito sa serye na to. V-Wise, kailangan nilang supersahin ang Echo dahil nga bago ang dynamics nila ngayon, ibang patch, ibang code ang dala-dala ng mga agents. Kailangan nilang magamit at ma-maximize yung dalawang bago nilang players, especially up against Echo. Now for Echo naman, Yawi and Sansan. Pressure the lanes and the river. They have to take control of the side lanes and of course, yung pag-control nila sa mid lane para ma-counter nila yung ube strategy na ginagamit ng Blacklist International. And syempre, para na rin makapagdagdag ng pressure, hindi lang sa game, kundi pati na rin yung kaba na dala nila up against the bagong players ng Blacklist International now for both teams. Back to basics. Kumbaga, master the basics laban sa tic-tac-toe ng Echo. Draft and play around the gold lane. And again, kakaibang factor naman to kasi for Blacklist International, bago ang kanilang gold laner na si Super Red, wherein you have the Storm, ang bagyong Benny, the international backdoorer ng Echo. Ito yung kailangan nilang intindihin. Kaya importante yung magiging gold lane matchup ng dalawang teams na to. Rotations is gonna be really, really important in this game. Lalo na pagdating sa lane ng gold lane. Yung mga roam at support, yung rotations nila ay nagmamatter sa first few minutes of the game. And these are the things that they need to stop para ma-limit yung momentum ng magkabilang team. Yan ang aking keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix. Ulit, ang si Midnight. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Something tells me Blacklist International now has a shade of a mystery strategy. Since they have 2 new members, what's up for this?
Maybe second to no other team, you'd wonder what is Blacklist up to, right?
Yeah.
And that last point where you have to draft and always look out for Benny,
Yeah.
that's just the way it is when you're playing against Echo.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword for Blacklist International. Got new players coming in, so what people usually expect of Blacklist International might not be the case, but then at the same time, how well honed are new strategies, if they do exist, for Blacklist International going to the season? And well, for Echo, man, they are still in top form, although in the local national team qualifiers, they fell short. They did make it to the top 4 there, but they showed off that, man, this meta that we're still in, still slightly similar to M4, but it's now the time to show some new surprises if you're Blacklist and Echo.
New surprises is the word for Echo, because as we've mentioned and also saw in the world stage, they're under prime form. With a dominating performance, is Blacklist International has a new way of blending this up, because in 2 players who's new right now, they have a big shoes to fill, and the question is, how will they synergize more and better with the V-Wise duo?
Which now brings us to a precipice. I'd like to propose a theory, right? Echo is fielding the Sansan duo, arguably one of the strongest rookie duos in the league, in the history of the esport. Honestly, they won a world championship in their first season together, in their first year together. Compare that to what Blacklist is bringing here. I'll say it now. It feels like it's a beta. It's a beta test for this new code. And what a way to test it against the world champions.
Yeah, it's going to be a long season. If you're going to be testing things out and trying to see how well will they fit, how well are new hero picks, now is the time to do it. Now is the time to show it, and be patient with yourself. But it's interesting if you think about the dichotomy between these 2 teams. You have, as you mentioned, the Sansan duo, world champions in their first year together. But then on the other side, you have an organization with a history of being able to piece together a team around core pieces and then get in some really great side laners or role players that you turn into superstars in Blacklist International. Man, this draft, as it already is looking interesting.
This could be the start of something new for Blacklist International, but the Blacklist form and Echo's draft here is getting more interesting. 2 bands focused on the Queen, Oh My Venus, Estes, and also Diggy. Well, on the other hand, we have Wonwon and Cho.
What this says about Echo is they want to go in unhindered. Nothing is going to stop Echo Express. And the way Black is responding, though, they're just covering up their bases. Wonwon still a menace despite all of the nerfs. And Cho, of course, what else hasn't been said about the Playmaker?
True.
The Playmaker, Yahweh, and as it's like you summoned him. You said Cho, you said Playmaker. He shows up right there on your screen. Hey, it's me.
Hello.
There is still a lot of tanks available for him, though, all those setup tanks that we know, and even those unique picks, such as a Valir in the Roam. But yes, it's interesting that the meta we're still in is still very similar to what we've known in M4, and even the tournaments leading up, the official Muton tournaments leading up to MPL Philippines. Kaja gets taken away by Echo. They're respecting the Kaja pickup there for Blacklist International. 3 Oh My Venus bans to start off this game.
It's not too far. The meta is still not too far for this game, because they're trying to open up one core hero of the Storm, Benny Cutie. Carry is open. Will they prioritize this against Blacklist?
They're willing to trade.
Okay.
Because Carry got nerfed in the recent patch, right? February 14th. So they're going to go ahead and build onto Carl Tizia. I'm betting this is not going into the XP lane.
Yeah, this is most likely going into the jungle. This is a Fredrin that showed up really well in the world stage. As Blacklist International, they're not going to be picking up the Eve. They pick up the Lapu Lapu and the Valentina as their next 2 picks. So they take away a pick from Sanji. They take a pick away from Sanford. Now Echo. Eve looks like a really good pick here, but it's interesting because lately it seems like more teams have been prioritizing Farsa as their long-range poke mage. If not that, maybe they'll pick up something like an Eve later on for their mid laner.
Yeah, I love that this actually secures one thing for Sanji and even Sanford. But the glue, we forgot about the glue, it's open as well as Farsa. How is this for Echo in the first pick?
What's scary is they didn't block out the Faramis. The answer is still out there. I'm wondering if Black's going to pick it up here, because if they don't, Echo's going to ban it on the swing back.
Yeah.
The answer. And you can still slot that in if you're Blacklist International. Put that in the Roam. Put the Valentina in the mid. But We also have to add there that the Valentina can still go into the jungle for Blacklist International. Now going to this pick, I'd wait for Blacklist International to pick their gold laner in the second phase. I'd pick up their roamer as early as now, but no, Blacklist says, we're going to pick up the Moskov, one of the hottest picks right now in this meta after the adjustments of the latest patch and how strong knockbacks are now.
I'm happy to see a Moskov right here on the first day of MPL Philippines. Just imagine this could be Super Ed's first hero to use today. So the Faramis is still open to the table. Echo can ban this on the next one.
Yep, and I like how they picked up the Moskov. They can ban out heroes that could get into their rookie's face and protect him that way. I believe this is the approach that they should. Again, build around the gold lane and then go from there. And here's one hero that if they get it right, if Yaoi finds Super Red, it's over. So they ban out the Franco.
And now with the Franco gone there, that's another suppress hero taken away from the two teams. And again, still respecting all of the picks of Oh My Venus. Another roamer ban yet again. We might end up seeing a Matilda picked up here by Blacklist International later on, but if I'm Echo, I'd take away the Matilda already as their last ban.
Yeah, it makes sense on how they wanted to build around the Moscow and how they want to invade up against Echo's lineup. So they either secure it or they ban it. But for this one, Echo is still lacking their marksman pick. What's going to be used?
There's a lot of choices left for Benny, honestly. The carry is still out there if he wants to, despite the nerfs, still performs. If you can get someone to help set up against the Moskov, pretty solid pick is still the Brody. I think you can go 50-50 against a Moskov, especially if Yaoi gets a very hyperactive rotating roamer. But
that's a Hanzo ban on Echo.
That's a Hanzo ban.
Interesting.
I was talking about the Brody. Blacklist bans it out. Folks, in case you haven't been watching, in the MDL there has been a roaming Hanzo.
Correct.
Left roughshod. It won their game in its debut match yesterday. So something is afoot here.
They're doing their assignments right here for Blacklist International. They don't want a scary guy out, especially being the roam.
One step ahead right now, and there it is, the Faramis, the answer, as Leo puts it, an answer relatively to the glue, to the mini glues of glue. But now for the last two picks, we might see something along the lines of a Beatrix if they want a little bit more wave clear in the lineup for the side of Echo. Maybe they can go for something like the Claude also, because you'd want to pair up the Claude up against the members of Blacklist that have the Faramis with them. And right now we're seeing an Atlas hovered in, which would be a great roamer pick, and which would mean that the members of Blacklist International have to adjust their battle spells and pick up more Purifies.
Yeah, the Atlas and the Claude would totally be a good sense for this draft of Echo, because mostly it's more on the protect the competition of Blacklist right now. So they could either pick Beatrix.
There it is.
With this, the combo that you're expecting for the Storm.
Ye old faithful. I mean, don't fix what's not broken, right? And I love how Coach Tick, Coach Treb found that the Atlas was still open. It's going to make life very, very difficult for Red. He has to consider when I use the Inspire, because I haven't really seen a Moskov with Purify. The Moskovs that work, they don't use Purify, so he's in extra danger.
Yeah, and this last pick for Blacklist will need to be someone who can provide a lot of heal. They might even pick up something like an Akai just to make sure you have a heavy spin with you. But nope, it's a Granger in the jungle for Wise. We're calling back to picks from long ago.
This is Blacklist just leaning in hard. They have to win quick and fast if they're going to make this work.
This is a big question on how Blacklist would answer against the world champs themselves. It's the first match of the day, and our smart talent predictions are up. There's no surprise that all of us are voting for the Orcas. Echo for the first match of the day. And at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL Season 11. One like commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the poll.
Isn't this poetic? We see Echo as the champions draft a lineup that is just completely fundamental. It makes sense, right? And then Blacklist with their new code is just rocking all damage. I'm seeing very little peel. If anything, it's just the Lapu-Lapu.
Yep, peel is what they're gonna need this Moskov is going to be put into overtime. He's going to need to work. And now as we go into the game, loading it up, how will this Blacklist International lineup fare against the world champions? It's world champs versus the MPL Philippines champs.
I feel the screams, I hear the drums. This is something new for the first day of MPL.
Check out Wise, already clearing his purple, moving up to the orange. Same story, but backwards for Carl Atizi. This is interesting. Given that Blacklist, again, has very little peel, they make very little moves on the river this early. Little Wonder clearly goes to Echo.
Yeah, and now they're going to be taking things slowly, but a lot of poke in the mid lane. Very classic. Is anyone going to be able to force a battle spell? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's all about the resources early on for Echo and Blacklist. As you've mentioned, they need more damage heading up to mid-game. But how will they balance it if no one is taking risks as of now? This is a different Echo that we're about to see. More of the not aggressive play. Now it's a different, more cautious approach against Blacklist.
Yeah, still very early on though. They don't need to be aggressive. Well, when the turtle's up, they can be aggressive, but they just have to be careful and catch out Wise, because if they miscalculate crowd control and entry, Wise will just be able to rondo on out of there and hurt Echo from afar.
I think Blacklist figured that out and they know their tempo, and the fact that nothing has gone wrong yet in the first 2 minutes is a good deal.
Yeah.
It's a good deal for both teams.
They have eye on what's important right now if they are Echo, but meanwhile we have two members here up top eyeing on Edward, Agent Zero. And also Yue is back onto the rotation up top, but this is Echo setting up the first turtle fight of the game.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a fight as expected when you have a lineup that has a tanky jungler against a lineup with a marksman jungler. The tanky jungler lineup will be able to get the first turtle, maybe even the second turtle without a hitch.
Yeah, they're not risking it. They're not erasing it too early on if Blacklist is concerned with their damage.
So far, we're seeing an early rotation here by Yaoi. Again, that's one of the things you buy as a Moskov. Benny Cutie, though, with that Renner shot timed well.
Perfect.
I was going to say, as a Moskov, if the opponent has no roamer with them, if your lane mate has no roamer with them, you're likely going to win because you have that CC.
Yeah.
Moskov is one of the few marksmen that have reliable CC. Sanford spots out Wise and Yue. Left to have health, forcing out the split. Here comes Carl Teasy, securing that Little Wanderer.
Yeah. And now we're seeing with the rotations of the roamers, because Blacklist International has a marksman roamer, Oh My Venus has to spend a lot of time in the center of the map, not really able to help Super Red. Super Red has to play way more back because Yaoi is able to help Super Red more.
Kate the Lord put into the range of that feathered airstrike, but survives off of the altar. Super Red, 1 HP, pushing back. Oh My Venus, the queen, saves the rookie.
Yeah, that's how they dictate fights against Echo right now. They're forcing everybody to use resources. Sanji receives some pokes from Oh My Venus, but Echo there is receiving some damage. And that's how you want to do it.
Carl Teasy lighting up Wise. It's a 2v1. Wise obliges. Benny Cutie with the Renner shot, leaving Wise with just some thoughts to think about. How did I survive that? And still, no dice. No one goes down unless Oh My Venus caught with a frigid breath. Carl Teasy gonna drop first blood. Oh, they're not done.
They're not stopping it.
Caught one. The last salvo. Super Red survives once more.
And right now, Echo, they up the tempo at the perfect time. And now Carl Teasy, not going to be able to steal that purple buff away, but this is what you need to do up against a lineup that has two strong late game carries. Around minute 4, make the play. Dive somewhere, preferably the gold lane. Pressure the opposing jungler to delay the farming a little bit more. Echo is ticking all the boxes they need to tick in this game so far.
That's the checklist. That's the checklist for the Orcas, for the power predictions. Who will get more kills in this game? Super Red or Benny Cutie? Comment down your answer with the hashtag SmartPowers MPL-S11.
Oh, Edward.
First turtle fight.
Forces out a feathered airstrike. Oh, that's a Fatal Links canceled out, but he does pick up a shield for Yaoi to survive. The playmaker walks out with his life, but check down bottom lane. Benny Cutie doing work.
That's turtle, and that's a push. This is Echo hearing the drums from behind. They're not risking for Blacklist International. The AoE burst is too high.
Oh! Fatal Links onto Oh My Venus. Does not survive. Serves up the kill to Benny Cutie.
Echo, man, looks like they haven't missed a step since Jakarta, and now Wise and you in trouble in the mid lane.
Oh, diving underneath tier 1. Wise.
Wise.
Down to 0 health. Carl TZ gets one. Super Red puts him up against the wall. Can the best in the world survive? He does. Super Red, not enough damage quite yet. Yue jumping in. Edward from the flank. Sanji takes down Super Red. An assist from Benny Cutie. Sanji traded out though. Edward gets him down. Sanford 3v1. Can he survive? Dashes on now with the grab.
Now Blacklist able to get a kill back there. They needed to get something back. But now this is the time for Blacklist to position themselves a little bit better in the map, a little bit more advanced if they can, to get more information, because right now Yaoi is beating them to the punch in positioning. 3 times now he's positioned perfectly behind the enemy lines, behind Blacklist International, and caught Blacklist with their pants down.
How will you give vision for Blacklist right now? Will it be Edward? Will it be Oh My Venus? The damage out of Sanji, bursting down onto Feathered Airstrike. Are they doing something? Is this something? No, not yet. They're still holding it off.
An initial salvo to set the tempo. Edward going on ahead and using those iframes to jump out of the Fatal Links. Carl TZ and Wise playing footsies behind tier 2. That tier 1 turret's not going to go down. Benny Cutie gets another one up top.
And that's a push for the Orcas against the Code Breakers. What's the call now if you're Blacklist?
And now if you're Blacklist International, you're either going to be waiting and just going for potential turtle steals. You can't be the one initiating it because you're going to get caught off guard. Or you're really just going to give it to Echo and just wait until Echo makes a mistake with the upcoming pushes or attempts to further their lead with team fight plays. No contest by Blacklist International. Echo are going to be riding happy for the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes if they don't make a mistake.
Fellas, we're looking at about a 5,000 gold lead at 7 minutes. I'm guessing the items are a lot of...
Whoa!
The playmaker! I wasn't done! But neither are Echo! They take down Oh My Venus. Double kill for Benny Cutie. Edward getting on out of dodge. Sanford with a split, pushing him back. Happy with what they got. 2 for none so far, and they're converting like madmen.
Yaoi from out of nowhere! Yaoi from out of nowhere!
Not wasting a millisecond to flicker in and use that ultimate. Just how you manage to get Blacklist all 4 members in the mid lane.
And now they're pushing it further. Yue doesn't get anyone though.
Oh My Venus attempts one, doesn't find it. Yue also with his own Fatal Links, no one home. Carl TZ and Edward bombs away for Benny Cutie, pushing back Blacklist International in their own jungle on their own side of the map. Benny takes out another turret down bottom. Only 2 outer turrets left for Blacklist International.
Echo is clearly setting up a borderline for Blacklist International. They're hungry for objectives. They're hungry for that jungle creeps. But how do you manage to go out? The only way to hold the defenses is Oh My Venus or even Edward. But that sacrifices a lot. Even looking at the items, it's not enough against Echo.
Yeah, there's already a Malefic Roar and a BOD on the Beatrix for the side of Echo. Edward in trouble though.
Agent Zero survives, but just barely. This turret up top, its days are numbered. I'm wondering, Renmar, where does Blacklist find farm? It's so hard to be Blacklist right now.
In their own base. On their own towers when the minion waves are close to it. That's the only way they can farm right now because Echo can just freely go into their jungle without a problem. But there's a problem for Venus.
Look at that.
Doesn't even get a cult altar up. That's a pickoff down.
Yeah.
The playmaker finds Wise, serving it up to Benny Cutie as they make a beeline for the Lord.
That's 2 down, opening up another major objective for Echo. 7.2k gold advance. How do you manage to pull this off with your Blacklist? The mindset right now of Super Red is I need the minions, I need the push. But this separates a lot. There's nothing to take if you're Blacklist right now.
Nothing at all. Echo can just ride this comfortably, play disciplined, and play their cards right. They cannot make any of those sour plays. They are hitting all the marks perfectly so far. They just need to continue that. Their marksman already has that Malefic Roar, as I mentioned earlier. As Blacklist builds defense items, that Beatrix is still gonna hurt.
Yeah. Talking about physical penetration, and you have glue on your side in the hands of Sanford. How do you manage to have a security for your own marksman? Super Ed and Wise, they're really thin on defenses.
It's double jeopardy. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Do I build that steel leg plate? Do I build the Athena's shield against Sanji? It's so difficult to consider how to find farm and what to even spend it on.
Yeah.
This is what people are fearing right now against the lineup with quick scaling, a tanky jungler, and the Farsa. Again, why the Farsa is so good lately, because of how fast you can scale if you snowball really well. Look at that!
Wise down to a fourth of his health. Look at those waves, masterfully orchestrated, crashing straight into Blacklist's territory. Now Lord up top. The shield on this turret is still here. It's going to help clear the waves, but Blacklist making easy work. They're still here. They're still breathing. Carl Teasy and the rest of Echo knocking down on their door. Can they get it? Oh my Venus. But no, Beta Link serving it up. Betty Cutie unstoppable. Another shield pop down bottom. Edward doing his best. Blacklist still breathing, still here. They clear out the waves.
Right now, Blacklist has a bit of hope with that wave clear, but that doesn't give time to even hold the line by just the poke of the ultimate of Sanji, just like this.
Ow.
It connects.
Oh my goodness, Benny! The Renner shot takes down Wise, and now down goes the inhibitor in mid as well. Cause gets a taunt, and they go ahead in your face. Gets double for Benny. It's just you left. Echo is going to take this inhibitor up top. It's just a matter of seconds, moments before Echo take down the base. They have just but one minion. Here's another wave.
Are they risking it?
Oh, Fatal Links make sure the unit goes down. Echo takes game one.
Man, oh man, the world champ still has it on the first game of the day. Echo with a dominating performance just marched on and held nothing but guts and risk all in all against Blacklist.
I've never seen something so terrifying yet beautiful at the same time. The domination that Echo showed, but the fundamentals, the artistry in their movements, the world champs have not missed a beat.
It's like a baby that Picasso and Einstein made on the Land of Dawn. That's what it looks like.
That does sound beautiful and terrifying at the same time.
As I imagine it beautifully. Thank you so much for pointing that out or drawing it out for us, Leo.
You're welcome.
I can imagine it. It's terrifying.
What's interesting is the way that Echo played here. They literally just rolled out of bed, out of their hotel room in Jakarta the night after they won the championships, and then this is how they played. That's what it looked like.
In the first day, Renmar.
In the first day, in the first game, that's how you make a statement.
Today.
My
And
goodness.
it's not stopping. We've seen some glimmer of hope for Blacklist International, but the problem is they were lacking the damage, they were lacking the time, even the rotation. The coverage of Echo is just too much for them to even risk one member down.
Yeah. Coverage way too fast with how well Yaoi was positioning behind the members of Blacklist and how Echo were so down to back him up. That is the kind of aggression you'd want if you're Echo.
A lot of things are going to happen, and for this first match, it's Echo who's completely dominated that game. Let's see how Blacklist responds for that. But a lot of things happened. We've seen some chances of them to take back, but it's more of a they could consider it as a test of the first game to know more about if there's something new about Echo.
That's true. Historically speaking, and this is a thought that I shared with Coach TikTok himself, right?
Yeah.
Blacklist is one of the teams that make a download game work.
Yeah.
Question mark, is this a download game?
Could be. We'll find out. We'll only find out in game number 2.
With all of this is happening, let's throw it over through our analysts on what just happened in game number 1.
All right. Pretty sure it was obvious what we just saw there. An absolutely dominating performance from Echo. And yeah, it's one of those games where it started in the draft. Not to say that the Blacklist International draft was bad. It's just that up against a lineup like Echo showed out, it had to be a very careful game. That if they couldn't delay the eventual snowball that Echo would have if they have their dream start, then it will be a bad time for Blacklist International. Having a lineup with a Moskov, with a Granger, and with a Valentina, that is a lineup that tells you, okay, we're gonna try to drag this out to the mid to the late game, make sure our marksmen get our farm. Because if they do, the lineup of Blacklist International has a lot of damage and it would be terrifying. But Echo respected the hell out of that. They played aggressive once they got the ball rolling after the first turtle. Again, they didn't go for the aggressive play right away. They said, all right, if you're going to focus on your farm, we'll focus on our farm a little bit as well. We'll get the first turtle as expected in this kind of matchup. But then, once the second turtle was coming up, once Yawi found himself in positions where he could annoy the heck out of Super Red in the gold lane, and again, because you have a Granger in the jungle for Blacklist International, Oh My Venus has to spend a lot more time in the mid lane, hence why he can't go to the gold lane and help out Super Red. It was such a difficult situation for Blacklist International. And it goes to show here just how fast this game goes on. In fast games, you'd want to look at the gold per minute for the marksman, Benny Cutie with 920. And how fast he got out of the gold lane, he even has the highest team fight participation for Echo. No damage to turrets even for Blacklist International because, again, Echo respected the eventual scaling that the lineup of Blacklist International could have had if Blacklist International kept the early to mid game close. We also have to talk about Sanji though on this Farsa. We have been seeing this a lot. Farsa being prioritized over Eve because of the burst being dished out, and teams seems to have realized, okay, we're playing a lot more tanky junglers, so why don't we pick up something like a Farsa to offset the lack of damage in the early game, and if ever, get a huge burst of magic damage in the transition from early game to mid game. So Echo drafted a lineup still very similar to how would they have drafted things in M4, but with just a minor adjustment. As we look here, the MVP of the game, Yawi, on this Atlas, played incredibly well because, again, of how well he positioned in the key moments when Echo said it's time to up the tempo. If we do not up the tempo, Blacklist International will catch up, they will be able to farm, and will be put in a difficult situation. Yawi and the rest of Blacklist International, of Echo, said, no, we're going to up the tempo at exactly the right time. 4 minutes in. You could see it there with that play, with how well Yawi positioned behind Super Red and how well Sanji was timing it as well. We mentioned in the keys to victory that Yawi, Sanji, and Sanford have to work together well to put pressure in the side lanes and in the river. We didn't see a lot of pressure on the river because they don't need to. They pressured the heck out of the side lane, specifically the gold lane, onto Super Red with the respect they have for the eventual scaling that Blacklist International can have. It was a very clear-cut game what happened from A to Z. In the drafting, Echo still continuing with their formula from the World Championships where they took away some of the key heroes of Oh My Venus that will give them a difficult time, such as the Diggy and all of that. But then they were very happy about it. So let's go back to the keys to victory checklist. We already mentioned Yawi and Sansan, pressure the lanes and river. Check. Back to basics. Draft and play around the gold lane. They didn't necessarily draft around the gold lane, but Echo played the hell out of the gold lane. Did that really well. VY is a surprise with their rookies playstyle though. We still haven't seen that key to victory achieved by Blacklist International. In fact, this time around, it was Echo who was able to surprise Blacklist International. And is it a surprise at this point? Because again, we're still continuing their saga from the World Championship. And I feel like I've said enough. I want to be able to be joined by Leo and OSX here with the topic at hand. You guys have anything else to add to that? Because I feel like everything that we saw is what happened. It was very clear-cut.
It is what it is on what happened in game number 1. That's how the world champs dominate against Blacklist International. But we can't count off yet the code breakers, because if we're trying to see if this was a download game or is this a try to have a beta test, this could actually mean a change for game number 2. Because I mean, if I could go back to the history of these two new players for Blacklist International, these two completely had lists of experiences, awards, and also milestones, who actually had the chance to earn themselves, to have their name with BLCK in this team, could actually have a chance to redeem in game number 2.
I hear you, Francis. I hear you. And short to say, they wouldn't be here if they didn't have anything to show.
Yeah.
And sad to say, Game 1, Echo didn't allow them to show us anything.
Yeah.
So I'm still looking forward to that. Second, I agree. You have to give the MVP over here to the playmaker. He is the complete example. Look at the dictionary of MLBB Sports. A setup MVP. That's what his Atlas was. There was zero hesitation. If he had the flicker, best believe he would be jumping in. If he didn't, he would be looking for one and then found out. I swear, there were a couple of frigid breaths that could have killed members of Blacklist.
True. That's how well they played around each other, the roamer and the setups. And the most redeeming quality as well to how Echo played together is, you know, we have this principle here on the broadcast where we just have to go with the flow with what each of us says. That's what it felt like for Echo. They just went with the flow with what Yawi wanted to do, with what Carl Teasy wanted to do, that they were answering each other really well. Like, it feels like if we could hear the comms, we'd be hearing them, hey, you want to go for this? Yeah, sure, man. Want to go for that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's like they're always down to just go for it, and because of that, Echo Express, choo-choo, unstoppable in Game 1.
We've seen a lot of plays, or even the highlights of Echo going back on those replay. These players are not even hesitant to use the flicker, even for just one kill.
Exactly.
One catch. Right?
And if you're going at this rate, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Because again, if I'm not mistaken, I called it out less than 8 minutes in. They were like 5 or 6K ahead. What do you do? What do you do? How do you reconcile that with your gold laner, Red? And already he was in trouble, the fact that he didn't have a Purify. So now, maybe we can go ahead and talk about that direction of Game 2 to hopefully see a Game 3, because, again, who doesn't want to see these two teams fight off forever?
Yeah, battle spell
I love
adjustments,
that.
pick adjustments. I'd want to see a Game 3 here because it feels like even with a dominating win, like I want more. But Blacklist needs to show more because, again, Echo are... It looks like they're one step ahead. Even though the Moskov was picked up, again, a terrifying pick lately, they just, okay, we'll have the Atlas, we'll have a sure catch, because as you mentioned earlier in the draft, most Moskovs will pick up on Inspire, not the Purify. The only one to Purify was the Faramis, was Oh My Venus.
Yeah, organically, you only need that damage to amplify the passive of the Moskov. It just keeps on hitting it and secures itself with a knockup, right?
That.
See?
Sorry, no, I did it way too fast that, it's invisible to the naked eye, but like, look at that.
I think that sounded like
did it.
If
I did it
you're in the
again.
14th minute, and it's how fast it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really?
It gave
See?
me war flashbacks because I played last night against the Moskov, and believe it or not, I was a Beatrix. It did not look like this. It was very different.
Yeah, and if you're saying that that could ended up differently, and if Blacklist asked for more time, I think it's still a problem for them. Continuing or looking at the damage, it's too much for them to even take by just rotating.
Yeah. And I realized as well, before the match started, we talked a lot about the rookies of Blacklist International. We talked about Super Red. We talked about Yue. I felt like Echo also had that in their mind. That, again, mindset, mentality, very important when you're a pro player here in MPL Philippines. That Echo said, you know what, we're going to be aggressive from minute 1, well, not minute 1, minute 4,
Yeah.
and then just continue and ride that train because they're new. Let's introduce them to the league. In the term we have, it's called binyag. They baptize them into the league.
baptism of fire.
The baptism by fire exactly is what Echo did to the rookies of Blacklist International that we didn't get to see a lot of UN Super Red.
Orca's on fire? What is this? The Phantom Pain? If you know, you know. But I get what you're saying. And is that enough for Echo to do? Can Echo do this 2 games in a row? Will that break Yue and Super Red? Because I hope not. I hope not, because again, to grind your way out of the amateur scene here in the Philippines takes character, takes a lot of mechanics. And that's what Blacklist saw in these two. And that's what I hope shows in Game 2. But it has to start with the draft. I'm saying right now, it has to start with the draft. And the battle spells. Put respect on what the playmaker does, put respect on what Echo can bring.
Yeah, we're hopeful on the new kids on the block for Blacklist International. Same as you who's watching this right now, as we expect 3 more games today. On to the first match of the season.
Yes, please.
We want it. We want it right now, and also we're hopeful that these 2 new players are able to show up what they're doing in the amateur, because for all I know, there has dominant performances. Maybe the challenge here, since we have 3 members of Blacklist, we have Edward, Oh My Venus, and Wise. Maybe they're still new to how they actually move, on how keys to victory #1 would actually reflect to them.
Oh, so it could be that it's still a little bit of the early days of building that budding chemistry that for sure is going to be there. But
Could be.
in practice, it's it's a massive thing to really show, and they're going to need to show it here in this game number 2. For Echo, I really want to bring this up quickly, though. If they want to continue that trend of a dominant game, I feel like they will still need to continue putting in bans onto Diggy. Because I felt like one of the reasons why they could do that is because they didn't have to worry about a Diggy on the map.
Speaking of our first game earlier, the Diggy is a big of a problem to anything that has a setup.
Yeah.
Not just Diggy, as well as the Estes, because nothing stops aggression more than extra health.
Yeah,
exactly.
Talking about having a fountain of youth and unlimited replay the time on where you had mistakes. No, I think Echo might take that away, and we're heading to the draft in game number 2.
This draft here will need to see a lot of adjustments if you're the members of Blacklist International. They banned out the Wanwan, the Cho, and the Joy. All great first bans there. You don't want to give the Wanwan, but the Joy might be the pick, if I'm going to pick anything, that Blacklist International will adjust in terms of the banning. But then that would mean that they're going to need to pick up something with a suppress or a really good catch to throw a Joy off guard.
Oh, Renmar, Francis, this feels like deja vu. They're banning the same 2 heroes, and they're both on the same side.
They just need those Kryptonites out of their play style. Diggy, Estes, same as Blacklist International. They're refraining from the setups that they can get from Sanford. Just imagine the setups and serving yourself to Benny Cutie. Massive change of gameplays, and they're trying to bring it down to a more leveled, competing style.
Waiting for the ban here. If this is going to be a Joy, it's still going to be pretty much the same.
Still the Kaja.
Blacklist, still the Kaja, though. So respecting still 3 picks, and oh my Venus. Blacklist International, if they want to change the look of this draft, they have to pick a different third ban and just be ready to answer it if ever it does come up.
There is hope, though. Something tells me this is the Blacklist International approach to most problems. They've done this before. I believe they've done this at M4 against Echo specifically, wherein they would just tweak maybe 1 or 2 things in their draft.
True.
And then just change the whole landscape of what the competition looks like. So we're waiting for it, whether it comes in the bans or whether it comes in their first 2 picks. It's possible.
Yeah, it could be both. It could be 1 different ban and then 1 different pick, and then suddenly it's much favorable for Blacklist. And there it is. They take away the Farsa.
Wow, interesting. This approach of Blacklist could either give a benefit for you, that most of the picks is Eve, Farsa, and Savior that actually worked in his signature picks, and they're not wasting any time. Joy is on for Echo.
I love this first pick here by Joy, because now they don't have to worry about a Faramis. So it's going to be a question for Blacklist International. Do you have something like a Franco with Suppress? And now they'll be forced to not pick up the Eve, because if you're up against a Joy, you're not going to pick up the Eve. They're forced to pick up the Valentina. But Blacklist International still play a very good card in taking away the Fredrin from Carltesia and putting on the hands of Wise.
Yeah, it's still a flex pick for me, though.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's more likely to go into the hands of Sanford.
Correct.
This is a great way to cut through the Ubis strategy, if that is still in the books for Blacklist. As well, I'm loving the clapback from Master of the Basics and Dexstar. I mean, it's so strong. Likely this is going to be Wise on the Fredrin, and then still Yue on the Valentina. And then they say, now what, Treb? Now what, Tic Tac? What do you do? What do you answer back with? And this is how you melt down a Fredrin. This is how you do it.
Get that Barrett's a really tanky presence. Someone who can avoid the potential terrify that a Valentina can dish out if he can get off the Detonus Welcome just in time. And of course, Echo, they pick up the Brody. It was something that, if I'm not mistaken, was banned earlier, but actually for Blacklist International, Blacklist International banned the Brody earlier, so Echo decided to pick it up early, because having a lineup that has a Fredrin and a Valentina, most likely Blacklist are going to draft an XP laner with a really good amount of dive.
Yeah.
That the Brody would be a great safe pick to get right away, so that at least you know your marksman is going to be safe.
And 3 picks in, there's nothing for you to steal.
Not
at all.
No ultimate just yet. Well, we might see a Valentina go nom-nom on members of Echo, but Blacklist will have to wait for it.
Yeah, but this, with the pick of Edward, he's got his hands on through the glue. If I recall back in the matches of M4, this is one of the heroes that actually gave them wins.
Yep, and this is it. Going into the bans, do it, Coach Master of the Basics. Do it, Dexstar. Take out the Faramis, because Sanji plays a mean Faramis.
Yeah!
We have seen that in the past. a very aggressive Faramis at that, like just like his signature aggressive Eve where he would use the flicker in the first kill right away.
Yeah.
He'd flicker and get that pull off early on in the game.
If anything, Sanji is the progenitor of the mid Faramis as an aggressive tool in MPL Philippines Season 10. So we'll see if he does that. Instead, they're covering their bases. That's a Kadira first. Because again, you don't know what Yaoi's playing. You don't know what Sanji's playing. So the Faramis can still be here.
I love that how Echo still remains unpredictable even to this season. You just don't know.
Yeah, and what's interesting is Echo actually still has room in their draft to pick up their unique Valir Roam.
Oh, yeah.
And make that another slap in the face for a Valentina of, are you really going to steal my ultimate?
Nothing.
Just like a glorified Purified? No, you're not going to be able to make the most out of it. So they take away the Franco. Ooh, I'm really feeling like this might be a Roam Valir for Echo later on.
Yeah, they're targeting Echoes. Yaoi's Franco, I've seen it on the streams. He plays massively. A monster in how he used those iron hooks. But what's the option here for Blacklist?
Could they take the Faramis? It's still possible. There's room.
Yeah, there is room for it. But I'd want to see them save their Roamer pick for last and then just go ahead and pick up their gold laner.
They're lacking.
But no, it's still going to be the Faramis, though.
Wait, they're lacking the
This is the chess
damage.
game. This is the chess game. Yes, they do lack damage, but that's where they'll go all in. They'll invest in Super Red. Renmar, what's left? What else can Super Red pick up? What's good against the Brody that's not the Claude? Because that just got taken out.
They have the really safe Bea pick. They have an Irithel. We haven't seen Leslie in a hot minute, though. Harith doesn't look like there's room in this draft, especially up against an Eve. It's going to be hard. Yo, can I say, Valir Eve as a roam mid combo looks really good right now, but it's most likely going to be a traditional roamer. No, Valir!
They're doing it! They're doing it!
We know our world champions.
We know it on the field. We've seen it firsthand. We've seen it firsthand. It's Yaoi's Valir Roam.
And this is just, again, going to call back to the idea that they had with this kind of draft in MPL Philippines Season 10 Grand Finals when they paired it with a Lilia. You're just going to be maximizing slows and controls. Because right now, this lineup of Blacklist is slow front to back.
Yeah.
Because they are going to be playing around Super Red, as Leo mentioned. And again, all of the marksman picks that we mentioned, you're not going to pick a Harith here. It's just going to be one of the marksmen. It's still a Moskov yet again.
It's still the same. They're still looking at the same formula to make it work in game number 2. But there's a lot of pushbacks for the skills of Echo right now. The AoE, they have a -1, they have a catch from Carl Teasy's Barretts. This is just purely damage, setups, countering everybody in Blacklist.
And that's what's so hard, because Blacklist right now is all about that Taylor Swift album from 2012. It's all about Red. So how do you do this? How? Because once Red is out of the picture, or if Red can't get the damage in, Echo has just more ways to solve problems and to actually present more problems.
All right, we're on the Taylor Swift train right now, so I'm just going to say, if they want to go all red, they're going to have to play Fearless.
Yeah, and fill all the blank spaces in the early game.
Exactly.
I should not have started this.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the English stream. I've missed you, boys.
It only shows how Swifty you are, Mr. Daniel Kubangay.
It's not. But again, just like how Blacklist is now presented with this problem, or I'd rather say an interesting situation, how do they make this work? Given that Echo has the momentum, they have the damage on board. Let's see if they'll start early. If they can do it in the first maybe 5-6 minutes?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be more of a tempered game for our two teams here. Blacklist International doesn't have to worry about getting absolutely snowballed like in game number 1 as long as they play things smart. But UA has to be incredibly careful because this Eve and Valir combo will make things very difficult for a Valentina early on. They're going to have to play it safe, play it slow, trust-wise in the retribution battles for the Turtles, maybe for the First Lord, and again, help Super Red.
It's the tempo. It's the tempo for Blacklist International that could actually work against Echo. All they need is to have that good macro play up against Sanford and even Yaoi, because right now he's all over the map, burning bushes.
But
he's getting hurt though.
Yaoi, about 10 health, walks away. That's just the damage that a Valentina and a Faramis can put on at 1 minute 20 seconds. Echo, though, does have the Little Wanderer, so still, you see here how they should be at the advantage in the early game.
Yeah, early game right now is with the Orcas. What Blacklist can do is wait for time to work, but so far it's Yawi who's becoming a big sort of an obstacle in this early game, but all they need to do is focus on the laning phase that could actually mean business on the first objective to take.
In all fairness, one thing that Blacklist does have is the XP lane. Edward is bullying Sanford.
That's a glue.
Unless Sanford can find other people to dodge, or rather to dash onto with those joy beats, then that's fine. But against Glue, against Edward, no dice.
Yeah.
This is going to be a crucial turtle for the early game here because we're going to see how the rest of this game is going to be played after this first turtle. Is someone going to just freely give it? Will Blacklist be able to take it without a problem? Will Echo be able to contest?
Edward.
Here we go. Edward forced to use a split. He does get popped here. Sanford dashing out to so many of them. Gets the grab on to Sanford. And now Turtle still up. Retribution. And they're not done. Carl Teasy gets in. And Den is welcome. No one home. Doesn't get the push back. And now Edward's still alive. First blood drawn by Sanji. Carl Teasy traded up for Yue gets his own real manipulation.
Oh, look, Venus!
Sanji goes down as well. That was a masterful execution by Blacklist.
Oh my G, oh my V, that flicker pull onto the members of Echo. As we look at the instant replay, they were finally able to take down Edward Echo, but now Carl Teasy fell, and Yue with a perfect placement with the real world manipulation, Starfield, and the beautiful flicker pull by the Queen. Tempo set. Blacklist, they're going to be able to fight this game.
Agent Zero. He really has eyes on who to target onto Echo. Just imagine your life dropping down on point 1, and he immediately activates the ultimate to the most vital player of Echo, giving so much space for Blacklist to respond. And finally, as you've mentioned, it's the Red battle on the early game.
So apparently, that's all it took, right? Blacklist International winning the XP lane, Agent Zero bullying Sanford into an odd position, which throws the rest of Echo off, despite making it first on the scene at the Turtle. So now with Blacklist up 500 gold, I'm wondering what the story is for the gold lane. We haven't really been checking in on our friends Benny and Red.
Yeah, so far we have seen Benny QT be more forward in the positioning in the lane, while Super Red playing a very reserved and cautious laning game, trying to stick to the tower as closely as possible.
Oh, Carl Teasy spends his retribution to slow down my Venus, pushing the Queen right into a wall with Dennis welcome, popping him, doesn't even get an answer back. No call out there. Super Red dashing forward, gets Carl Teasy, takes down Blacklist rookie. That's a 2 for none.
How did Benny get away? That was close to a miracle, but great response by Echo.
Still going. Vengeance popped in by Sanford. He gets popped by Yue. That's a trade. They still have a retribution. Wise here. Playing footsies with Carl Teasy. Can they get it? Here comes my Venus pushing Carl away. Pulling him from that main objective. Wise gets a second turtle. Now Carl Teasy's gonna fall. Blacklist pushing on forward.
Talking about shaking off the first game of the day, and that's just Blacklist managing to secure 2 objectives. Red battle, as long as they're trying to pull it. It's the glue, and also Edward making it all work.
Yeah, we're seeing so much utility and ability by Blacklist International on Carl Teasy just to stop him from getting those retributions off in time and having a comfortable retribution battle. So much pressure right now on the 2-time world champion that Wise has won both retribution battles in this game, and we said it earlier, Wise, Blacklist International needs to trust him in the turtle fights, and they have. They've trusted him, and they've set him up for success.
Trust and confidence is the answer for the Code Breakers up against the Orcas. It's the macro play. They're playing in the long game on how to address Echo's power spikes in mid-game. This is how they ab their lanes, by just focusing on one goal.
Oh, it's actually right. The fact that they're still playing the long game, I'm talking about Blacklist, means while they're winning in the early, it's all good. Yue here keeping Carl Teasy where he needs to be. Wise threatening a kill. Look at how deep these XP laners are. Sanford and Edward.
Yeah, they're just keeping it clear.
Yeah, and we have to mention there, when Yue used that real-world manipulation, even though Benny QT and Yaoi were very close to the edge there, he still devoted most of the hits onto Carl Teasy, knowing that the rotations of Carl Teasy is crucial to the rotations of Echo.
Oh, concealed play by Yaoi, threatening a push onto that tier 1 up top. Now look how Echo is cordoning off Blacklist into this top lane. They are forcing a response. This is where the turtle will spawn in 10 seconds.
A challenge for Echo. If they want this third objective, they're focusing on Super Red and Oh My Venus with the spams and connecting damage. Meanwhile, we have Edward and Sanford trying to have a race going to the turtle.
That's gonna be key. Whoever makes it onto the scene first will help their team much better.
Gets it.
It's Sanford confirms the turtle take, and now here comes an RWM from Sanji. Down goes Super Red. Cold Alter answer by Oh My Venus. Sanji very low. Yaoi at half health. There's a grab by Edward onto Carl Teasy. Can the best in the world survive? The answer might be no, because Yue wants to put some more beads onto Carl Teasy as he does not take down his target, Agent Zero. Now trying to get some damage control. Sanford taken down as a trade underneath tier 1 in mid. Echo bounces back 6-6.
In the drive to survive, it's Sanford. Lights out and away we go, getting to the finish line and just in time to be the one to not just help his team, but to be the one to take the turtle. The shield that they got from that turtle take changed the complexion of that team fight.
Just imagine how you activate those possibilities if you get the buff. It's all about timing, it's all about calculation, but now everything is being tied up. Looking up on these items, the only one who's rich enough is only Benny Cutie managed to get the Blade of Despair. Now this is getting deadly. Approaching mid lane. How will they answer the problem if you're Blacklist?
And now as we look at the item, Super Red just actually picked up a golden staff. Oh, in the mid lane though.
Yaoi obliges with his own. And now he gets eaten up and taken down as well. Red Mario was saying, why is this gonna be fine?
Yep. Echo, Brandy Cutie, more items. Yes, happier life. That's what I wanted to say.
All right. So Echo understands they're about 600 gold ahead. Sanford dashing on around Wise. Benny Cutie finally gets the job done up top. So I guess that does clearly show that Echo was playing towards major objectives anyway, despite the first couple of turtles going over to Blacklist.
Yeah, and also the scaling here is what they need actually for the damage of Blacklist International, because for the front line, it could be Edward, it could be Oh My Venus, but Super Red, is the items enough, is the damage enough, heading on to 10 minutes onto this game?
Not just yet, a Corrosion Scythe and a Golden Staff. You have Barretts that you have to deal with, so you're going to need a little bit more items there to deal the damage onto that key target if you're Blacklist International.
Oh, look at Sanford just dashing on through 3 or 4 members, and Carl Teasy right in the middle there. Yaoi still finds him right in the middle where they need to be, serving up a kill to Benny Cutie. Yue falls, Edward falls, and now they're deep into the orange territory of Blacklist International. Oh My Venus taken down after a quick burn, and now Wise, the only one left here on the scene. Can Red survive? He eventually gets his way home. All this while, Carl Teasy was taken Lord.
3 down and 1 Lord to go for Echo. Get that magic defense reduction for that Genius one for Sanford. Team fight is totally working right now for Echo. 4.2k advance, and they're pushing in mid.
Oh, how just fast the night changes. Just like that, Echo with a massive lead 10 minutes into this game. Blacklist International, yes, focus on Sanford, focus on that young man, because that third turtle steal absolutely changed the complexion of this game. Now Echo are riding pretty with the momentum and confident in their ability to continue this stride.
And it's that one thing that Blacklist had for them that made it work, right? The glue, winning against the joy. But it's at the point where it's looking hairy for Blacklist International. Their style of play just doesn't fit this kind of situation where you're 10 minutes in, you were ahead, but 4 or 5 minutes ago, now you're down 5k.
I feel you, Leo, and they're pushing in. Echo is pushing in up top, trying to have the border again for Blacklist International. How do you get out? Only vision is what they can do, but this is totally enough for Echo to push forward.
Lord crashes onto the top, pops that holy shield, clearing the wave. All this while, Benny Cutie was pushing mid-tier 2. Now Yaoi picks up an Ice Queen 1, so most of the targets that Echo want to kill, they will kill. And look at the tear apart memory. A lot of damage placed on Oh My Venus. Forced to use a Cult Altar to the back line. They do penetrate, breaking down top lane. Real manipulation by Yue, pushing away Echo. They will survive this engagement. but only for so long. There's a wave down bottom, there's a wave in mid. How does Blacklist defend?
Sanford with the zone out. An annoying placement to spam the members of Blacklist in their own base while Echo destroys turrets and defenses.
And now, even with an ice cream wand on the hands of Yaoi, because of that, Edward is having a difficult time accessing the key targets onto Echo. For most of the game, the reason why Echo was having a difficult time in the first 2 turtles, even the 3rd turtle before Sanford stole it, was because that glue was such an annoying presence in a team fight that even though Echo would want Blacklist to play in a compact lineup, just because they have a glue bothering them makes things so hard for Echo. But now that the lead has been built up considerably, there are items to stop Edward from doing what he wants to do. Blacklist is having a hard time finding that turnaround.
Items, damage, and space. Call that control and domination for Echo. Almost 6.5k gold lead for the Orcas. And they're managing to spam Edward. Look at the damage connecting.
And mind you, that was just the roamer from Echo dealing a lot of damage. That's just the roamer. Think of what Sanford can do. Think
my
of
goodness.
what Sanji can do, right? So, again, as amazing as Agent Zero was in the first half of this game, they have to find a way. They have to find an answer elsewhere.
What's the angle? What's the opening for Blacklist International? How are they pushing forward?
Could it be it was Wise initiating the fight? Real manipulation by Sanji. Check out Yue. He doesn't have an ult stolen. Benny Cutie forces out a real world manipulation. Answers with a cult altar. Torn apart memory. Too much for Super Red to survive. Now Wise is in trouble. He's gonna go down. Can Edward survive? He's walking away. Oh my Venus. Gets a pull. Forces out one from Benny Cutie. And Benny takes down another. It's Sanford who gets the kill. 3 for 1. Can they finish? There's a wave in mid. Bottom looking okay for Blacklist. They'll pull back.
I have to say though, Benny Curie a little bit too eager to get that kill onto Oh My Venus, committing his flicker to try to get the stun off, but he got bursted down before Benny Curie can secure that kill. Echo, they still have the lead, a considerable lead, but Blacklist International now have shown that they can fight back despite that.
Yeah, they have the defense, they have the grab, they have the isolation. Blacklist answers to the problems of Echo. Meanwhile, they're trying to look for openings here by baiting them with the Lord.
Blacklist slowly making an entrance onto the scene. It looks like they're looking to make a play. They're looking to contest. All 5 members are here. Echo, though, they're still recollecting. They're still regrouping.
Yeah, Sanford needs to time his entry, though, with Sanji's real-world manipulation. Because if not, Super Red, the one knockback on that Joy might just completely catch Sanford off guard, get him stunned if his back's against a wall, and he'll be able to be taken down quickly.
Oh, wow. Benny, Cutie, and Yaoi able to focus down on Edward. Zoning out. Agent Zero, you get nothing, sir, as Echo secures this Luminous Lord.
That's how hungry Blacklist International is, but they're not risking it. They need time here. They need time for Super Red and for Yue for the late game. Is this the answer, Renmar?
It's a 2,000 gold lead right now for the marksman of Echo. Benny Curie has almost all his items locked in. And for Super Red, still catching up. So it's still dire straits for Blacklist International. But right now, they have shown that their best approach is to make the most out of Echo over aggression.
Can they punish? Is it going to happen here? We saw it. Oh My Venus did it to Benny Cutie. And it looks like #1 goal here is to just quell this Lord. He marched in. Sanford dashing on through. Benny's very far. This could be bad. This could be trouble. Sanford taken down. A shutdown kill for Blacklist International. And they clean up house.
They're answering it slow. That's the wave clear. The wave clear of Super Red slowly hitting Sanford. They can easily take down one in Echo unless they go sour once again.
And this is what we were talking about. Echo needs to temper their desire to end this game because Blacklist International, let's talk about one of the best redeeming factors of their lineup. It's going to be difficult to end the game against them because you'll have a glue just trying to stop you while the other members of Blacklist International will clear the minion waves.
And that's what we were talking about. First half of the game, Edward was great. Now, they found the answer elsewhere, but look at this. They catch out one. Carl Teasy in the middle of them all. Sanji swiping, tapping, and now knows Carl TZ. Yue gets the kill. Yowie in trouble. Gets the hell out of dodge. Flickers on through. Sanford very low. Sanford gonna survive. An RWM by Yue as well. The original Eve pushing them back. Sanji says, "Thou shall not pass." And Blacklist.
Oh, they're gonna have to run.
Check out Benny.
Yowie.
He's gonna do his thing.
Oh, look at Benny. Cancel out Benny.
Oh,
Benny again. Benny. You're doing it again. He's doing it again. Benny.
Very low. There's a wave. There's a wave. Benny's one more. Not again, says Blacklist.
Not this time! Not this time! Blacklist defending the signature split push out of Benny Cutie, just one hit away!
One hit away for Echo, and just as that, the gold is now even for these two teams, and the Code Breakers are trying to march forward in the base of the Orcas. What's the answer?
Oh, too much damage for Sanford to sustain.
He hurts.
Carl TZ as well forces out. Adenda's welcome. It's gonna keep him alive for only so long. Red deals too much damage, serving up a kill to Yue, but it is going to be enough to keep Echo in this game. But no dice. Blacklist gonna get this Lord clean.
Black is fighting back. No retribution on the side of Echo as Carl TZ is down. Blacklist International succeeding in their checklist. Wait, defend, and make a play when needed. They've made multiple plays, and now they've taken the Lord. 18 minutes going into that, close to the end of the game.
Super Red. There goes my nightmares of a Moskov. It's happening, and it's not stopping to have this wave cleared, and it's going to push it down bottom.
There's only one more thing that could make this worse. If he sells his boots and goes straight up with just all-in damage.
Full damage.
Crazy.
No more extra attack speed. I just want one more damage item.
He did it.
That might be good.
He did it.
Yeah,
He did
it. He
No
did it.
boots.
Yeah, but he got that Haas clause. He's gonna be a target to really watch out for here, and we've seen it. We've talked about it earlier. Sanford will need to try and time his entries, because if not, one knockback to throw off Sanford will just be enough for Blacklist to respond right away and take that Joy down, and we've seen it 3 plays in a row now.
This is a big of a problem now for Echo. Time is not being on their side right now. It's Blacklist having enough damage to finally answer the defense and the armor of Echo. If you're Carl TZ, if you are Yowie, who do you punish? Who do you catch? Is the defense enough? 90 minutes in.
This is the signature rubber band from Blacklist International. They can switch players out. They can change their strategies. But best believe when it comes to the late game, no one comes close to execution, to potential comebacks. This Lord marching up top. All the waves synced up. This is going to be difficult for Echo.
Yeah. They might not lose a lot of turrets here if they play their cards right. Maybe just 1 or 2 and leave 1 available for them. But Blacklist, if they decide to play aggressive, they might be able to win the game.
Watch out.
Aggressive or cautious? What's the answer of Blacklist right now? Clearing. Echo has enough time to clear the waves up top and down bottom, but this is completely mirroring what happened early on in game number 1. Blacklist now secures a border up against Echo's buff.
Yep, the shoe's on the other foot this time around, and Blacklist is quarantining Echo into their own side of the map, close to almost inside their own base. But signs of life here from the M4 World Champions as Carl TZ gets his own purple.
Yeah.
How do they shake it off, Renmar?
Man, with so much damage that Blacklist International is dishing out right now, he had to pick up a rock potion. As we even see here, Carl TZ, he actually holds the most kills in MPL-PH's history with 1,450 and counting. But right now, he's playing incredibly defensive, having to pick up a rock potion just to survive the onslaught of damage.
Now it's the late game, the ultra late game that these two world champs are playing into the second game of this match. This is just purely control. Discipline for Blacklist, not giving up. It's the same style. Yep. It's the same code that they're trying to bring out up against Echo.
Yep, and we've seen this before, and it's an odd scene. I haven't really seen Echo on the back foot in quite a while.
Yeah.
So this is this is some fever dream for a lot of Echo fans. Limang Echo fans are now turning in their sleep. They're saying, yo, this is far from what we've expected. A flicker in, starting a fight. RWM and RWM action. Sanford dashing on through. Sanji, the first casualty. And Red just throwing these spears at Sanford. He's still alive. Down goes Super Red. Pops an immortality, but down goes Sanford first. 2 for none so far. Down goes Super Red. Carl Teasy, look at Benny. Where's Benny? He's just about to join the fight. Carl Teasy about to go down here. He has an immortality.
What's the plan?
Pops. Benny Cutie what's the plan?
Benny!
Still waiting. Truncheon set up here. Benny Cutie plays the cautious game. Did come in at the right time. That was a 2. Make that 3 for 1.
Yowie and Benny, the only 2 players left up against 5 of Blacklist International. Can they hold this? Can they hold the defense?
Oh, it's just Yowie and Benny. It's 4 members of Blacklist coming in. They take down Inhibitor in mid. Just one last left for Blacklist. Could it be US steals a real manipulation? Yowie and Benny able to clear this wave. Oh, wow. Blacklist decides instead go for something else.
Yowie worked overtime there, making sure that the minion waves that Blacklist International had with them in the mid lane was cleared. Great call there by Yowie, but Blacklist International played the team fight that led to that situation incredibly well. A lot of questions though as to why Benny Cutie left that fight or didn't join that fight. Late entry, but it seemed like Echo decided to play that incredibly cautiously. They just wasted and respected the fact that if Benny Cutie fell in that team fight, it would have been over. So they played it safe.
Correct, MR. Just as you are watching this right now on your screens, Echo is being more cautious, knowing that their defense is not enough right now in the ultra late game. They're taking another step back on how to wait and even outplay Blacklist right now.
And Wise and Carl Teasy here. Push and pull. It's a tug of war for this evolved Lord. 22 minutes scaled in. So it has all of the skills, all of the damage, all of the abilities. Whoever takes this might as well be the winner of game 2. Now watch Benny Cutie. He's protecting himself, not revealing himself on the map. Could this be take 2, another go at that attempt that we just saw mere minutes ago?
Need to be careful.
Tendency of the past has shown that this is the favorite position of Echo for the split push plays.
Sanji with the real manipulation. He obliges, and there's a displacement. Grab by Agent Zero on the Carl Teasy. Adena's welcome on to Wise, but to push him into the wall. Now it's US turn for an RWM. Called Alter by the Queen. Very low. Pops it. Wise secures the Lord. Now Benny. Yue still alive. Super Red takes down Sanford. Here comes Benny Cutie, gonna clean up house. Pops the immortality on to Agent Zero. Benny Cutie gets caught out here by Wise. Very difficult situation. They're gonna send him home.
Wise?
Sanji gets a kill. Wise gets his immortality pop, and that's gonna be 2 for 1 so far. Echo playing the numbers game very well.
My goodness!
Echo in the lead with that team fight. It's 51 for Super Red, 55 for Wise and counting. Echo have their eyes set in the mid lane. Blacklist International have a lot of minion wave clear though.
What?
Will Echo really try to force this issue, and how can they finish it?
They're starting it up. Yue popped in by Benny Cutie with a forward flicker, and they pop the extra health provided by the Called Alter, and there's Carl DZ throw in Edward right into the stump of this mid lane inhibitor, and now Edward and Yowie, they're pulling it.
They're doing it.
They're just TP on each other. Now Oh My Vina's gonna go down here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the world champions stand tall.
Loud and proud. They're finishing it. They're doing it. They're saving it with a dominating performance. That's a 2-0 in the first match of the season. The world champs back at it again.
In another episode of the Golden Rematch, Loud and Proud stands tall as the code was broken again. They will meet up yet again later in the season. But for now, Echo will be hella proud that they opened up Season 11 with a victory over the defending MPL Philippines champions.
No matter how loud that this crowd can be, the faces of Yowie, Carl Teasy, and everybody, they really had a hard time in that mid to ultra late game. But that's seeing all the smiles right here on the screen, this is just purely sportsmanship up against Blacklist again today.
We saw what the rookies of Blacklist could bring. I am not disappointed. I'm actually happy to see Yue able to walk away with 1 HP, taking down cores from Echo. I'm happy to see Super Red pick up the slack and be the core damage dealer that Blacklist needed to be. There's definitely something here, a diamond in the rough.
Right now, Echo will stand tall. Not a diamond in the rough, but a very obvious diamond at that. Happy with their victory. 2-0 to start off this season.
Echo Express, call it One Direction, but that's how they shake it off in game number 1. And game number 2 on that hiccup, that's how they managed to pull themselves off. That you mentioned about Yue, they have the bait and pull, it's still in them. They're connecting. This is how they program themselves to actually blend with Oh My Venus, Edward, and even Wise. It's still not the end for Blacklist International, but today it's Echo getting the upper hand of this match.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Leo mentioned here that we saw glimpses of what Blacklist International see in Yue, see in Super Red. We got to see them play crucial roles in that second game, and it's good to see the rookies, the young bloods of Blacklist International, perform really well and show up. They didn't get that victory, but it's a good start for the rookies of Blacklist.
I'm excited to see what else Blacklist has prepared for us. As sad as I could be to see Renegade not playing in the opening day of MPL Season 11, I'm happy to see Edward still here as well. He's the glue that actually held this relatively perilous strategy together. I mean, all of your damage on just Red, a lot of it was made possible, and the comeback was made possible because of Agent Zero, because of a Munjingjing. And it was so close. Honestly, I have to say it was so close.
Yeah, it was very close.
Everything's really alive, but right now, let's throw it over to Mara together with the Orcas and Echo on stage.
Kasama natin on stage the winning team, Echo! Congratulations! Ang ganda ng unang laban nyo, especially for the season opener. Ano yung ginawa nyo off-season na nakatulong? Kasi parang mas gumanda yung chemistry nyo this time around.
Bale, yung preparation po namin, same lang din po as season 10. Like, scrims and all. Pero yung pagkakuha namin ng world champion, ginawa namin yun ng inspiration. Hindi para maging complacent kami na parang tumigil na kami. Isa na rin yun sa parang pinatikim kami ng panalo kaya gusto pa namin.
Inside scoop, anong ginawa? Paano kayo nag-celebrate? Did you guys go on vacation?
Opo.
Oh,
Marami.
kwento. Saan kayo pumunta?
Una po, may treat po yung si Munton doon sa Yogyakarta Tapos, ayun po. Tapos, nagkaroon po kami ng community party and victory party po. And nagkanya-kanya, pumunta po sa kanya-kanya pamilya.
Now, anybody can answer this. Pagpasok nyo sa bagong MPL studio, how did it feel like walking in front of all these people as the world champion? Nung pumasok kayo, talagang dumagdag yung confidence. So how did it feel like? Boost of confidence ba yun sa harap ng ating mga audience?
Opo.
Okay, so anong bago ngayon for Echo coming this season?
Abangan na lang po nila kung ano yung bago namin.
Aabangan. Kay Carl naman, did you know that you hold the most kills sa MPL history? So if you had a different goal, a new goal this season 11, other than of course getting the championship, what would that be?
Highest tank damage po.
Highest tank damage. Aabangan natin yan. Congratulations once again to Echo. You may now walk off the stage so you could greet the fans. Echo Philippines making a statement. Talagang mas gumanda ang bonding nila, lalo na pagkatapos nilang kunin ang trophy sa World Championship. Carl TZ holds the most kills, pero sabi nga niya, he wants the highest 10 kills. Aabangan natin ang performance ng Echo this season 11. At ngayon, para pag-usapan pa ang naganap at ang nangyari sa ating laban, balikan na natin ang ating casters. Casters, pasok.
Surely the GOAT has a complete goal for this season, and how they managed to pull a statement up against the defending champs of MPL Philippines is something that they can actually breathe as they go up to the matches for this season. Man, the crowd, the drum beating feels like I'm back again in Jakarta. This is something different that we're actually feeling right now. On to this day, Renmar Leo.
Yeah, actually feeling it. It's not we can hear the drums. I feel it in my chest and in my bones. It's right behind us.
Amazing performance, but right now let's break it down on how Echo managed to dominate that game number 2 with our analyst. Throw it away and take it away, Renmar.
Thank you, OSX. It was a beautiful game by these two teams. A roller coaster of emotions. If you're fans, well, just in general, just a general roller coaster of emotions. We saw in the beginning Blacklist International finding their stride, controlling the game for the first two turtles because they controlled two crucial aspects of the map, the XP lane and the turtle objectives, specifically Sanford and Carl TZ. We have to talk about glue here. I think I get what Leo was trying to say earlier. Edward really was the glue that held things together because his presence in a team fight and in the map, first with making life difficult for Sanford before he got his items up. Sanford had a difficult early game because of the efforts of Edward in the XP lane, and then once they got into the team fights, Blacklist knew, yeah, there's a lot we need to respect on the lineup of Echo, but it's gonna be a while until they're gonna be in a comfortable spot, so let's play aggressive. Edward was always there in those turtle fights, making his presence felt, being a nuisance to Echo, that Echo couldn't just avoid the glue, because if they did, well, they're going to have a lot of problems and get potentially wiped out or even get 4-killed, which we saw early on. Blacklist International were winning a lot of the early game fights. The presence of the Cult Altar as well for Blacklist International, having that second chance team fight to extend the time that Super Red can deal damage, and for Yue as well, was a great tool on the side of Blacklist International that they played around. But then, in the third turtle of the game, we saw Sanford make that crucial play of being able to get to the turtle just in time, that even he was the one that got the damage that secured the turtle onto the side of Echo. And having that shield up was the crucial factor as to why Echo won that fight. Dare I say, it was their second chance utility, having that shield from the turtle. So it's a common theme between these two teams, having that second chance utility. You have the Cult Altar on the side of Blacklist, and for the side of Echo, once you have the immortalities up, we saw how well they can still team fight even after their immortalities have been popped, and in the time where they got the turtle by the third one. But then, Blacklist International defended incredibly well, that even the MVP of the game, Benny Cutie, could barely get close to the members of Blacklist International in the times where Echo wanted to end the game. Hence why Blacklist International got control back. But one of the reasons why the MVP of the game was Benny Cutie, because this is a tendency that we've seen from Echo ever since M4. Benny Cutie plays the equivalent of what I would call in football a false nine. Because sometimes in crucial team fights, Benny Cutie won't be there, or he will leave the team fight early because Echo would want to see if they have the option for the Benny Cutie split push play, or Benny Cutie will play that sweeper role wherein suddenly, when you least expect it, he will score. He will score the kills and finish off the members of Blacklist International. And it's something that Blacklist, I believe, was also thrown off by, because we saw how well they were fighting. If Benny Cutie joined and continued those team fights, in those crucial team fights in the late game, especially before that Lord was taken by Blacklist in the end, but then Echo was able to win the team fight in the end. But Echo probably would be seeing a Game 3 and Blacklist going into Game 3 with momentum. But this unique take of making sure your marksman just stays back and waits for that opportunity, not necessarily damaging right away, because they know Echo knows they can extend the team fight and wait. They have a very tanky lineup. They have a tanky Barretts. They have a Joy that isn't a joke to take down. Also, still very difficult to take down that Joy, that they can wait for Benny Cutie to buy this time and just find the perfect opportunity. And this last crucial team fight is what we were talking about here. Blacklist International secured the Lord, but look, Super Red was already taken down because he decided to fight, which was the right call. But Echo trusted in each other that even though Benny Cutie wasn't there, it's fine, because they have the tankiness and they will eventually have the damage when Benny Cutie joins in, that they will win the team fight. Echo carrying on over the lessons and the tendencies that we saw from them from the M4 World Championship really well in this series, and especially in that second game with how they played Benecutie, or how Benecutie played the game. But of course, again, Blacklist International has a lot of things to be proud of in that last game, and I'm sure these fine gentlemen beside me will be able to pitch in as well. So, Leo, what did you see in Blacklist International there that as a redeeming quality for them?
Well, number one, they know how to leverage their advantages. Again, the glue was a winning lane, and that's what bought the whole red Moscow comeback, right?
Yeah.
Number two is, even as rookies, very good threat assessment. UA was almost single-handedly responsible for saving that game against Benecutie.
Yeah.
That aside, I think there's more things that they can work on in the next few weeks.
In the next few weeks, we're about to witness more of the greatness of our teams who have just managed to finish game number 1. But now, we have a lot of things to look after, especially in game number 2. Once again, it's us, the true We Bear Bros, OSX Leo and Renmar will be back in the next match of the day.
11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Oss! 決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are
The
3.
11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa.
Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 11. Hindi man naging maganda ang kampanya ng TNC Pro Team at Nexplay EVOS noong nakaraang season. Both teams bowed out of contention before the playoffs started. But with this new season, they hope to open a new campaign with new faces. The Phoenix rise from the ashes with a superstar from the amateur scene, and Nexplay EVOS hopes to roar even louder with a super team from the amateurs. So let's get it started. Casters, pasok.
Fresh faces embarking on a new era, a new season to rise and conquer. Who's gonna strike first? Will it be TNC or will it be Nexplay EVOS? But we'll find out tonight. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Reptar, going back for the action of the season. How are you, boys? It's been a while, but this time, who's gonna strike back first?
Close to about 45 minutes it's been, my friend. And I'm just glad to be back at your service on desk to call what could be the bounce back of a decade. As Mara mentioned, both Nexplay EVOS and TNC missed out on playoffs last season. This could be the start of something new.
I love it when you do that, Troy Bolton. But enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.com to switch to Smart to know more. Now, looking back on starting something new, can this be a chance for TNCs to finally rise back? Can Saksa, King Kong lead TNC versus Minana empowered Nexplay EVOS?
Oh, they're gonna have to. It's interesting because the story of these two teams is Nexplay EVOS, complete reshuffle, getting that amateur super team, and then bring them into the MPL. Of course, Yelly Haze is still there. But then for TNC, they've kept a lot of their previous pieces, although some key roles were filled in by the newcomers. It's like they got more of their old friends and added new friends to join them in the road to triumph.
Oh, yeah. The biyahe or the journey, as you've mentioned. But our player feature for tonight is none other than King Kong, featuring his all-time favorite heroes. Look at that. Ling, Lancelot, and Hayabusa. Similar on how they perform actually with SDZYZ back season in Season 10.
King Kong is amazing given the fact that he was scouted out individually by the team, by management, by the coaching staff of TNC. And this is a quote from my good friend, Coach Lift. He was former Z4, and they saw potential in this young man.
There you go.
Yeah, and he's going to have to show it here. And with a flashy hero lineup such as that, he's going to have a lot of opportunities to do just that if he gets his hands on them. Because so far we've seen it's still the tanky fighters in the jungle doing really well.
Yeah, and making the magic happen. Looks like this player could be actually that aggressive for this new team. Imagine they fit in a jeepney, all of them for this journey. For TNC, King Kong could actually lead them up the Empire State Building.
But just barely, though. Again, TNC is now on the path to success, and with Escalera as their driver, I'm wondering if we're going to see him play. That's one big question I have.
Yeah, he's now listed as a roamer. We're used to him seeing him in the mid lane. He's a roamer now, so what's the juggle going to be? Is it going to be Ben Things one day? Is it going to be Escalera? Will we still somehow see the old combo of Ben Things and Escalera with Escalera going mid? A lot of question marks for TNC.
Well, a lot of question marks, but now let's get it on to the first-hand interview with Sona right there on back. Let's see what King Kong has to say on his first day on the job. Let's hear it from there.
Live and alive here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. My name is Sona. Kasama ko dito ang jungler ng TNC Pro Team na si King Kong. So King, napakarami ng nakapalibot sa atin ngayon and sigurado ako na syempre excited ka for your very first season dito sa MPL. So galing ka sa amateur scene, ano sa tingin mo yung mga skills na na-develop mo that would contribute to your team ngayon?
Yung sa akin po siguro yung mas malawak na team play po, yung mas malawak na cooperation, tas yung pagkakaroon ng positive na mindset in game.
Right. Positive mindset in game, really important, and also developing team play. Given na magkakaroon siguro ng iba't ibang changes towards teams, but for my second question, given na kita mo naman yung smiles sa everybody else here. My question is, you are composed of a lineup that has more new members kesa doon sa mga returnees. So, kita ko naman yung chemistry and communication yung lahat, di ba? You're all smiles, but when things get down to business, paano nyo ba hinahanda yung sarili nyo? How do you guys prepare for the battle that is ahead?
Yung sa amin po, pagiging open-minded lang po sa isa't isa para hindi po nagkakaroon ng sama ng loob.
Question, sinong pinaka-open-minded sa mga teammates mo ngayon?
Si Innocent.
Si Innocent. Okay. Bakit siya?
Sobrang ingay po eh. Makwento siya lagi eh.
Well, I guess we'll find more about that later on. This is King Kong, everyone, and TNC versus NXPE will happen very shortly. Casters, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sona. That is positivity and mindset for TNC. Looks like that's how they actually bonded off-season. That in the previous ones, we've seen TNC having 5 or 6 members. Now they're 10. Now there's King Kong.
Not just King Kong, he also mentioned their most open-minded member, Innocent, who was just once an RG boy. He grinded the rank ladder, and now he's with TNC.
Well, let's look at that offer onto our screen. Let's call on TNC and Nexplay EVOS on screen.
The Biyaheng Tagumpay begins today. They go into Season 11 with a refreshed roster and spirit. Ready to rise as one. Welcome to the stage. It's TNC Pro Team. They inherited the name, but they go into this season with their own legacy. Longtime teammates, a new league to conquer ahead of them. Welcome to the stage. This is Nexplay EVOS!
Attitude. TNC Pro Team with their lineup today. We have Innocent, King Kong, Hesu, Goyo, and Ben Things, who's in character going on stage.
Yep, he's one of the eldest players in the league, Ben Things. But what really surprises me about TNC is the fact that Hesu is sitting in, replacing Cram, who was one of the best XP laners in the league last season, a role player. And now it's a rookie sitting in that role.
It's not Cram time right now, it's Jesus time. And it's going to be Ben Things, the experienced MPL player, leading the new bloods of TNC.
Well, speaking of new bloods, you have a new era with a new starting lineup. That's Nexplay EVOS. We have Domeng, Boyet, Ding, Goyong, and Brusco. There's no Yelly Hayes onto this lineup. Completely a new set of faces.
All rookies, but then again, that just means all the potential is here for Nexplay EVOS.
This Nexplay EVOS squad, 19 championship titles earned even before they entered MPL Philippines Season 11. They were touted as the greatest amateur team of their generation, but now here in MPL Philippines, they said, it's okay, Yelly Hayes, we know you're the vet, we know you're the legend, but we got this.
There's a lot of legacy history that goes with this version of Nexplay EVOS going into this opening day of MPL Season 11, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they have DR in their names is a throwback to one of their older team names, and that big old Minana right in front of them is also a team that they carried before becoming part of the MPL.
That's legacy. That's legacy right there onto their heart on what they wanted to do. And speaking of which, you've mentioned, Renmar, that they have this reputation. But can they translate this into the first match of the season, knowing that these two teams has new set of faces? All they have is probably they can dwell on the mastery of heroes and meta as of this moment. Because so far we have even no data at all, even our power rankings. There's a lot of things, but now let's sort over through our analysts to our keys to victory on how these two teams would actually have an edge in winning this match.
Super important yan. But, kailangan din nila kailangan din nila mag-rely sa veterancy or experience at professionalism na hatid ni Ben Tings. For the longest time, nakita natin na ito talaga ang laro ng TNC. Very fundamental at tiwala sa mga skills na kanilang prodigy. Pero ang lamang nila ngayon is mahirap silang basahin kasi ibang dynamic na yung ibabato nila dito against Nexplay EVOS Minana. Now, for NXPE naman, aggression and free-flowing playstyle ang kanilang hatid. Nakita na natin to actually sa amateur scene na sobrang aggressive nila maglaro. From minute 1, parang lagi na nilang ginagamit yung kanilang mga TikTok plays. Lagi nang umaariba sa mga gold lane, even sa XP lane, and napakainit ng kanilang jungler. So ito yung hawak ng NXP na kailangan naman i-repel ng TNC. Now for both teams, get hero picks na hindi pa natin masyado nakikita dahil nga bago na to. And syempre, may familiarity na rin between these two teams kasi sila din naman yung mga naghari nung amateur scene. So kailangan nila maglabas ng mga panibagong picks. Nandyan yung mga kakabuff lang na sila Paquito, sila Edith, ang dami. Pati yung Alice jungle na nakikita natin sa MDL, pwede nilang ilabas dito sa kanilang laban. Surpresahan talaga ang makikita natin between TNC and NXPE EVOS. NXPE and EVOS Minana. And yan ang kanilang keys to victory now. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Those keys to victory actually tells me something. This is a complete showdown on these two new teams could actually have an edge to this match because onto the third one, Paquito and Edith could actually show up into the draft because this is what will all dictate in this match.
Yeah, the Paquito pick got strengthened in his survivability, so we might see him back in the XP lane. But jungle Paquito with an assassin emblem is a monster. Oof. And the changes to Edith, even before the changes to Edith most recently, Ben Thinks was already saying in his TikToks, I love Edith in the XP lane, she's one of the best.
And again, the aforementioned Hesu sitting in that same seat that Cram used to sit in, he's going to have to play a big role. Going into the draft, we're seeing the initial bans here. There's the Fredrin taken out by TNC, Joy taken out by Nexplay EVOS. Something tells me despite both teams having fresh faces, unlimited potential, we're going to have to play it close to the chest. Just go back to the fundamentals of the metagame.
Yeah, fundamentals of the metagame is the answer for this draft because this will tell on how will their play style unfold into this game. Because we have 1-1 for the second ban of Nexplay EVOS. What's next for TNC? Could be the marksman, could be another jungler. It's open for everybody to take the first step.
Yeah, it's interesting because TNC Pro Team has a Cho with them, so they don't need to ban that out. They ban out the Tharamis instead. Again, we're going into this with the eyes of, even though Nexplay EVOS / Minana has had that incredible amateur scene run. We haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah.
They went through national team qualifiers, but before that, they disappeared off of the face of the map and then came back. And then now we're getting reintroduced to this Nexplay EVOS squad.
Just how Batman unfolded his capability from the cave. This is totally a mystery for TNC that you want to discover.
What it looks like they're doing is they're setting up a glue. That's what it looks like. They might as well go ahead and first pick glue here.
Already available there. Carry still open, but we've seen teams no longer shy of giving the carry. They pick up the Valentina instead. So they're thinking that Nexplay EVOS is a team that wants to play those setup roamers or have great ultimates that they'd want to steal, such as the ultimate of the Eve as well. So they go ahead and pick with a safe choice, Valentina.
Yeah, speaking of this hero, going up against Nexplay EVOS, they might be targeting Goyong in-game. This player specializes in mobile and burst type mages. Could be a respect that they want to have it on first hand. So this opens up the carry or Beatrix or even the glue, as Leo mentioned, for Nexplay EVOS.
I guess by doing that, you're hitting two birds with one stone. You're stopping Nexplay EVOS, and you're also disincentivizing them from picking up solid ults. And that's what these two picks do. You called it, Francis. You called it.
Yeah.
There's the carry. There's the glue. Neither are solid targets for Goyo.
Yeah, and now TNC Pro Team, what was the gambit? You gave up two incredibly strong heroes in the current patch. What are you going to pick up? Kaja's off the board, Frederick's off the board. Although the Paquito's still there, gets a lot of regen from the glue. They can play it safe and pick up something like the Lapu Lapu, but I have this theory. There it is! There's the Edith!
It's out.
Locked in by TNC Pro Team, and I really feel like that will be going to the XP lane with how well she does. And King Kong gets one of his signature assassin heroes on the Hayabusa, which makes Nexplay EVOS think twice about picking an artillery mage such as Eve or Farsa.
That makes sense. Mostly you need to have an AoE burst or slow for the heroes here of TNC. You have Edith, you have a Hayabusa. Probably you want a millisecond to even catch them going off the borderline of the real manipulation. But now they prioritize onto the Kadita. Since they have a lot of advantage here for TNC for the advance and initiation, they need someone to easily go out of the team fights and probably burst them one by one.
Yeah, I think though for Nexplay EVOS, they'd want to prioritize a ban on the Franco, classic Ben Things hero, and someone who could really ruin the life of this Kadita if it decides to go into the roam or the mid lane.
And it's that flex that's scary, right? We were talking about how Goyong is a mobile and burst-centric mid laner, and that's both a Kadita, but you can't count out the fact that Brusco might be the one picking up the Kadita. So again, this is an amazing chess match between Coach Ison, Coach Josh, and Coach Lift and Wright.
You're right where you are here. We're looking on how to puzzle out the lineup of Nexplay EVOS. Easily to rotate, easily to pick off enemies. They're doing it now against TNC. Now they ban out the Claude, slowly taking down the choices of the gold laner, which is innocent for the second phase of this draft.
Yeah, Nexplay EVOS. If I were them, I'd also continue to take away the marksman options because they already have their marksman locked in. TNC Pro Team then will be limited, so it's going to be that classic story of choose the marksman you'd want to go up against. However, if TNC Pro Team decides to go to the route of maybe picking up a Harith in the gold lane, Nexplay EVOS needs to be careful with their fourth pick because that pick can determine if the Harith will be viable or not. However, if they do go Harith in the gold lane for TNC Pro Team, or maybe even the Lunox in the gold lane, there's way too much magic damage that a Radiant Armor and Athena Shield will ruin the damage output of TNC Pro Team.
Something tells me that Nexplay EVOS is looking for a safer route for the tank counter for this lineup. They've taken out Atlas, and the gold lane Lunox could be a good option, but it drains out so much, and it could easily be countered in the mid-game spike. So this is a question on how TNC would balance this on their last ban.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, Franco might be great for TNC, but Nexplay EVOS might actually want to pick it up as well. That will give them a roaming duo, the roam in the mid, very pick-off heavy, but a deadly pick-off combination duo.
It'll activate that carry so much faster.
Exactly.
If they're not in the carries lane, then they're elsewhere threatening a kill. That's scary, and that forces TNC to respond. That might make King Kong not as confident or not as clean with his engagement on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, right on point there, right on point, because we're seeing possibilities of TNC to actually even have a counter on how we know about the in-game identity of Nexplay EVOS. So in the 9-second pick, who will it be? Will it be the mage or the tank? But yep, it's a Ruby.
I thought that was one of you guys who made that sound effect.
I really thought that was real.
I usually throw the blame, but that's literally Ruby. So now, what the Ruby does is it provides a way for Nexplay EVOS to actually scramble out the engagement that TNC has. Timing is mostly going to be for Nexplay EVOS, so that puts TNC here, Coach Lift, Coach Wright, in a very weird place. They actually give Bentings a Matilda now. And of course, the aforementioned Harriet. This is a very fast lineup. TNC, they're going from 0 to 60 in no time. This is, wow.
Yes.
The trip of triumph is going quick, man.
Yeah, they put the nitrous on that jeepney.
Yeah, talking about heading into Skyway real quick. That's Escalera hitting the floor right onto Nexplay EVOS. But no, they're not backing down with this Karina last pick.
I like this pickup here because as Leo mentioned, TNC Pro Team's lineup can be played very fast. It's a gamble though. If their desire to scale quick and win the game quick falls short, if their engagements are countered by Nexplay EVOS, it's not going to go well. But if it does go well for TNC Pro Team, all that Nexplay EVOS needs to do is minimize the deaths onto Domeng on the carry or the carry. But also the Karina. Karina's like their safety net in terms of damage output if ever Nexplay EVOS is lagging behind a bit.
Yeah, I love that you're mentioning the two, probably the deadliest nightmare that we can actually see in the side of Nexplay EVOS. They have a carry, they have a Karina, both in double Ks, but who is going to counter this kind of lineup? Because in the early game, you don't want to get in fights that you can't even have the capability to defend for.
Yep, and again, that could lead to Pyrrhic victories. You win the fight, but at what cost? You can't convert. And that's what TNC needs to watch out for. Nexplay EVOS, again, as mentioned earlier, timing is on their side.
As we enter the land of dawn, timing, rising up, roaring. Who will get what they need in this game? Because both lineups, in one way or another, need a lot to really work.
It takes formulas right now, early game, to have an advantage for these two fast-paced lineups. You could actually have to dictate or even stop on how Nexplay EVOS could actually rotate in this kind of way.
Oh, I can see Midnight smile from all the way over here. This is the way you play Karina. Look at Boyet. He is way, way ahead of King Kong. And talk about clearing time, he took no more than 40 seconds to get both buffs.
Wow. Fast movement there with the Demon Slayer emblem, of course. Nexplay EVOS, this is why they picked up that Karina. It's the temper to the tempo of TNC.
I love it. How you paced this game is actually working for Nexplay EVOS. As the laning goes by, Nexplay is setting up a border onto the first probably objective, but they're eyeing on mid lane spamming. But now it's still on a give and take situation.
Oh, Bentings playing footsies with Goyong and Brusco. Watch the Ocean Oddity. Again, timing, initiations on Nexplay EVOS' side. So this early on, the best that TNC can look for is a good counter initiation. They can burst down whoever gets in too deep from Nexplay.
Yeah, and if TNC Pro Team are too eager to go for the engagements, going up against a Ruby and a Kadita, they're the tempo breakers in team fights. One little quick press of a button, you're going to see that Ruby spin, and then suddenly there's a moment, a window for Nexplay EVOS to start TNC.
Hesu with the flicker, Earth Shatter. Boyet running for his life. Goyo gets the kill. Now Ding trying to save the situation. Flickers on through. Goyo still alive, gets pulled in, and Goyong gets the kill. Now Turtle, question mark, who's gonna get this? Where's King Kong? He's way up top.
No, they're not risking to take this first objective. Nexplay EVOS has actually eyes, but on Domeng.
Oh! That carry was left unsupervised. King Kong has his way. That's a kill up top.
And what I really liked about that play is the moment that Domeng saw that ultimate of the Harith go down to the floor, he knew he had to step away from it, meaning that he went further away from the minions to split the damage of the Hayabusa ultimate. So he was just standing there under the tower, taking up all of the damage from the Haya.
They know the do's and don'ts here. Nexplay EVOS is armed and ready. But onto the trades here. They're eyeing on the first objective. TNC won't contest this. They don't have the superpower, even the defense, to have a counter punish against Nexplay EVOS.
Now that's an interesting approach. They get a kill up top. They win an engagement in mid, I'd say. That was a good trade. But they give up turtle.
Yeah. Sometimes you just really have to take those trades across the map, especially if you know that in certain situations you won't be able to win in a team fight. Go and Bentings, so have to be careful.
Oh, Brusco with the I'm offended. Bentings barely alive. Use that flicker to survive. And again, this is what we were saying. When Nexplay EVOS wants something, they go get it.
That's the fast rotation and pickoff right there.
Yeah, the aggressive playstyle, the signature of Minana. Now Nexplay EVOS. Scan the QR code to redeem it. If you want to get that, play as fast and, well, scan as fast as Nexplay EVOS plays.
How this match goes, how do you put brake pads on Nexplay EVOS? It's not too far yet, but they're really answering to a lot of questions right here as TNC sees opportunity in every setup.
Do they know that Brusco's here? Do they know? All right, he goes home. He knows he's out of his breath here. He knows that if he crosses this river, Bentings is going to have him. So, all right, again, Nexplay EVOS, very good situational awareness.
Yeah, they know. You need to have this macro gameplay up against TNC. There's a lot of things that they actually cover, but look at this. They're just trying to work on even their objectives, not on to being aggressive against TNC. They have a Hayabusa, they have King Kong, so it's even difficult to even carry to go down the XP lane.
A very fundamental playstyle by these two teams. Hesu might eat up a Nexplay sandwich.
That's malicious intent. Can he survive? It looks like Hesu's okay.
He's
How did
alive.
Hesu do this? Hesu survived the 3v1. Now a 4v1. Boyet biding his time. Hesu used that Primal Wrath. All the whole shebang. That's the full kit to survive.
How did he manage to stay alive? A lot of HP bars are totally high and red. Hesu just standing there. I'm using this ultimate. Go ahead and leave.
Look at Innocent.
Look at Innocent.
This whole time he was left alone.
He's pushing all by himself.
That's a happy Harith.
That child is unsupervised.
No, don't leave that one unattended.
He vandalized Nexplay's turret, but now look at this turtle. Down goes King Kong's target. Ding. Innocent pushes, but the turtle goes over to Boyet though. He takes down King Kong. And now Hesu just doing damage control. Wow. Was that a worthy trade?
Oh, worthy trade indeed. They got the turtle, but Innocent, look at him going up against
Domeng. This is what we were talking about. That Harry just goes online much faster than a carry.
Talking about how to amplify the roads here. Hesu is just completely defending himself, even against a Karina.
And these two teams are incredibly fundamental at the exact same reason, because they're just trading all across the map. Always trading. That's the idea between these two teams. And even in team fights, one goes down, we make sure we take one or we get two back. You get the turtle, we'll get a turret somewhere else. You'll dive us in the bottom lane, okay, we'll defend, but look at our gold laner. He's having a good time in the gold lane, talking about Innocent on that Harith. So at this point, though, it's just going to get to the moment of a team fight going really bad for one team, but really well for another.
Yeah, the pros and cons, the positive and negative.
Yeah, at one point you'll have to stop trading. That you can't trade anymore. It'll just become a win-loss situation.
Yeah. How do you manage to stay alive? But he got
Brusco with the flicker forward. I'm offended. Taking two down. And Goyo was a little too late to the party. King Kong was still taking his orange. Clear win for Nexplay EVOS.
And that's the win-loss situation we're talking about there. Not win-win at all. Ooh. That was all Nexplay EVOS as we look at that instant replay. Quick on the entry by Brusco. Flicker with the ultimate and that second skill. No escape at all for Innocent and Bentings.
How do you become safe in the placement of Brusco's I'm offended pull in situations like this?
Something tells me Brusco was happy to just get Innocent, right? Yeah. But there was someone else in the bush. That was just game sense 900. That was amazing.
Instincts.
I smell the Bentings, but there's an Innocent presence here. And he got it right.
They managed to even predict who's hiding in part of every bush here. But Nexplay EVOS is starting to have damage up against this turtle. Meanwhile, TNC is not giving even a care at all, even contesting this.
Yeah, playing it so safe, knowing that they can give up the turtle at this point, but at some point that lead will get pushed to close to 2.5 or even 3,000 gold, unless TNC make a play, and this is the play maybe.
Salmon Force set in underneath here, one down bottom. Look at Innocent just targeting that turret. He's gonna get his way. There's an onward by Hesu, putting Ding in a weird position.
Oh no, Innocent.
That's a grab set in by Ding. Down goes Innocent. Hesu, Earth Shatter, no one home. Onward and use the Primal Wrath, and Ding is feeling it. Ding is feeling it, folks.
We're receiving a different message from Nexplay EVOS. While two members of the Nexplay EVOS were pushing down, there was two pushing down up top. This is the macro game that they're playing. In a bigger scale, TNC is trying to have an edge of the strategy. How will they fix this?
Well, they're going to need to balance the map equilibrium by split pushing a side lane. At this point, might be a little bit too risky to stick all together and try to force a play. Again, up against a Ruby and Kadita, your team fight tempo will get broken most likely, and add the glue into that, going to be really difficult. Looking into the items right now, gold laners very close. There is a slight lead for Nexplay EVOS' marksman, but at this point, because of how well Harith scales with just 2 items, and even has a swift crossbow on him, he already hurts. So the lead isn't that big of an issue, but right now it is the massive lead for Nexplay EVOS' jungler that they're slightly going to be worrying about. TNC, a lot of tanky items for Nexplay EVOS. But in the mid lane, look at this.
I'm feeling something here.
This is a standoff. Watch Brusco. Watch Brusco. He has his flicker. He has his ult. And they know they're here. Look at Boyet. Going into the pistol rush. And he walks in. No Earth Shatter here. There's the Circling Eagle. Salmon Force in. Doming free hits. Down goes Goyo. Down goes Hesu as well. It is catastrophic. There's the Quad Shadow. There's the shadow kill, but no one's still down from Nexplay EVOS. Their head 4K, and they get what they want and walk away.
Man, did Boyet know the whole plan of Nexplay EVOS? Turned out to become a blessing.
A blessing in disguise. Somehow Hesu missing that Earth Shatter knockup, but it's because of the extra movement speed that the Karina had at that moment. I feel like Boyet had an idea or had a feeling that someone might have been in that bush because he knew he was crossing through a dangerous spot in the map. So with that extra movement speed, he was luckily able to avoid the knockup from Hesu, hence why he survived, hence why Nexplay EVOS gets the first Lord of the game.
Just as that's the 5.3k gold lead. They're playing the macro game all across TNC. How do you secure these questions, these obstacles? Because it's merely Ben Things could actually give vision against Nexplay EVOS, but easily he can be bursted down.
I guess for Ben Things at this point, it's the pickoff game, and Nexplay EVOS is not allowing it. It's less about how TNC can do it, but more how Nexplay EVOS is not allowing it. It's just not going to happen. Not in Boyet's house, not in Goyong's house, not in Brusco's house.
Yeah, they're countering every attempt incredibly well. Already 3 main items locked in for that carry. So the frontliners of TNC, it will need to be a pickoff. A pickoff on a major target. Either somehow get Goyong, but most likely he might be able to get away with just a sliver of health with the rough waves, or Doming. But Nexplay EVOS, again, not allowing it because they're positioning well enough that it's so hard for TNC to even find Doming. Even though he is 1-to-1, in the recent developments, TNC have not been able to get close enough to Doming.
How to get close up against a pull of Brusco. An ultimate of a Ruby can be catastrophic, as you might see against TNC, but how do you manage to go up front? How do you even pick off Brusco or Domi? He has an immortality right on the face of TNC.
It's close to impossible. I'm putting myself in the shoes of King Kong, and I can't even think of the first thing to do. Again, your opponents, they're clumped up, right? Yep. You are a Hayabusa at 11 minutes, short of maybe a core item to even kill the softest member of the opponent's team. I don't even check, Raymar. Does he have a Windtalker? Does Doming have a Windtalker? Because if he does, then it's all the more a difficult premise.
Not yet. He is still on the way to building that Windtalker. So far, he prioritized damage.
Oh, there you go.
And Boyet knows. Oh, look at the gusto on this rookie. Your first game here in the MPL. I'm telling TNC. I know you're right there.
That's confidence right there.
Those are mind games.
I mean, if you face check into a bush with 4 members and then you don't die, I guess he bought himself that kind of confidence, right?
Well earned.
Yep. Now Ding playing footsies
They're
with
baiting
4,
it.
5
There's a
members.
conceal.
Make it. Here comes a concealed play
That's
coming in
massive.
from Brusco. Flicker already spent in by Bentings. And despite it being a false engagement, I'm guessing that's mission accomplished for Nexplay.
Yep, Nexplay EVOS very happy with this development, and TNC, if they try to contest this Lord, it's going to be a massive gamble because at this point, Nexplay EVOS can wipe them off of the face of the earth. So Nexplay EVOS, just total control for them. In this scenario, you'll just find King Kong trying to split push the side lanes just a little bit. TNC will have to play defensive for the next 4 or 5 minutes of the game. If they really want to turn this around, survive 5 minutes, somehow get a little bit more gold to get past the 40,000 threshold, and then maybe you'll be able to force a team fight to turn things around, even though you're behind in gold.
Buy time is the answer for TNC, but will they gamble? Will they risk this Lord up against Nexplay EVOS? As Renmar mentioned, they need the items, they need the damage, but
They're
they need
really
to have the
contested.
setup.
Well,
they're
they
risking
start
it.
with an onward. They find Ding, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Boy, it secures the Lord. Now Ding with a split. Innocent goes down, serves up to kill the Doming. That's Zaman Force left right there. He's on the hilt of his own ult, laying there, and now is Hesu and Benting split up from the rest of their team. Guiding Winds helping Hesu survive. Who's going to be the target? Who is Nexplay EVOS going to focus on? Earth Shatter. Oh, just delaying the inevitable. Boyet still keeping a beat on to Hesu. And the flicker. Oh, and an Earth Shatter plus a Guiding Wind. TNC with the fancy moves, but they cannot get away. Hesu will fall, and Benting is still running off.
Yeah, Benting still trying to find a way to get back to
goodness.
base. But Boyet might just be able to stop it, but no, Boyet won't commit it. So there'll be a 4-man defense for the side of TNC against the Nexplay EVO squad with a massive gold lead, almost 15 minutes in.
Yeah, the gamble, the risk, it turned out to be a complete disaster, slowly opening the base of TNC. Nexplay EVOS is not wasting time. They're stepping on the gas and not breaking and taking on challenges up against TNC. Look at that look at Doming freely hitting out the turret down bottom. They have 1 turret left for TNC, and they're pushing in the base.
Lord swinging away. There's a knock-up. Zaman Force. Can they do it? Oh, that's 1 down. Popping Immortality. Hesu is the first to go. The wave is still here. Innocent taken down as well. 3 defenders. Nexplay EVOS gonna go ahead and win their first game here. Woo!
That is how you make a welcome against TNC. Nexplay EVOS completely showing confidence up against this new team, the new roster of TNC.
TNC Pro Team kept the game close, traded well. At some point, Nexplay EVOS just went Minana mode, dare I say Cerebro mode, channeling their past and saying, hey, you know what? We're known for super aggressive plays, getting those massive early victories. Let's do that again. And they found it. And after that, TNC Pro Team just could not recover.
They've been there before. They know exactly what they needed to do. And I guess that's what explains the first 5 or 6 minutes of hesitation, of just limit testing. That's what it felt like, what Nexplay EVOS was doing. And TNC was left, again, out of time. That's what it felt like. TNC were trying to do something, but they were about 2 steps behind. That's what I was seeing.
They needed time, and Nexplay was just, no, we're going to take it, we're going to finish it, completely out in their own in-game identity. How to completely rotate and burst down every member of TNC. The macro game, man, that is so sweet against TNC. A bigger scale of things.
Yeah, and even though Innocent on that Harith had a relatively comfortable early game, and he got good farm, and he was hurting early on, the problem was Nexplay EVOS were just so ready to shut him down every fight, because even though Innocent had the items, he did not have the room to freely dash and damage around as much as he would want to.
And at this point, Nexplay EVOS is halfway through winning the series. They are halfway through barreling on and making a statement. Because again, this team, whatever name you call them, right? We know about them. We've heard about them. And with Game 1, their performance here, it's the legends are true.
Yeah, slowly making a mark. Nexplay EVOS. A lot of surprises we can actually witness, but if TNC needs to shake up a bit onto the first game, we will have a definite chance of having a game number 3. But will they permit it though? Because there was so much missing onto the game, and problem was really going out of hand. The risk, the gamble. If they waited, they could have a chance, but no, they were not wasting the late game card of TNC.
Yeah, and now TNC Pro Team, it's not a major recalibration because, again, it was just unfortunate that they got caught in the dream scenario that Nexplay EVOS would want to catch them in. And then now it's a sign for TNC Pro Team that this is a dangerous team in that they know that at the moment they have the snowball that they want. They somehow, all of them just know exactly what to do individually and as a team to not let go of that lead. Again, they didn't give TNC Pro Team any opportunities at all to take the game back.
It felt like it was smoke and mirrors. The way that Coach Josh and Coach Easton were drafting, they were allowing certain heroes. But again, the timing was off. I think we will see more in the analysis how that might have unfolded.
Well, Redmar, it's our time to shine. How did they dominate onto the first game?
Well, again, as we said, it begins with the draft. Hello there, it's me. Well, let's talk about the first 3 picks of both sides. On the side of TNC, you have a Valentina, Edith, and a Hayabusa. For the side of Nexplay EVOS, first 3 picks were the Carry, the Glue, and the Kadita. Now, having the Kadita on the board again, this is a hero that has a high chance of leading a snowball for your team, meaning that once you get a play where you get 2 members down around the mid game and you get to push a tower, that's how a snowball will begin, and that's exactly what happened with a Kadita play paired up with a Ruby. In the lineup of TNC Pro Team, having a Hayabusa, Edith, and then eventually, although they didn't know that the Harith was going to come up, but it felt like Nexplay EVOS knew it, the Ruby was such a great answer to what potentially TNC could pick up. If this was a marksman, might have been a different story, but again, the reason why I mentioned that the Harith might be the most likely pick is because you needed something to be able to match the damage output in the mid-game if the carry ever had a good one, and then at the same time, have a hero that if that had a good game, you'll have a great damage output. But again, because of the combination of a Ruby and a Kadita together, Innocent just barely had any room to operate. Add in a Glue on there. Add in a Karina that literally just needs to press the ultimate twice to make sure that she gets the damage done onto Innocent. Nexplay EVOS respected the fact that, yes, Harith had a good early game. He kept it close in terms of the gold and the items, so he's going to be hurting. So we need to take him down. When the Harith is gone, yeah, because Nexplay EVOS is always sticking together, King Kong's damage with the Hayabusa isn't maximized, and because TNC Pro Team was not able to take down the health bars of Nexplay EVOS enough, the Hayabusa Shadow Kill will just be able to bring down the members of Nexplay EVOS down to maybe 20-30%, but they still have enough firepower in them to get away, or even still take down more members of TNC. So it's not that TNC went into this with a losing draft. It's just that 2 key picks, with the addition of a third because of the Glue, somehow was just enough for Nexplay EVOS, and knowing their condition of, okay, let's make sure we find the play, a snowball play where we get a kill plus a turret, which they did, well, mission accomplished. And of course, Brusco with that Ruby is the MVP of the game with the play that he pulled off. With hair as red as Ruby's cloak, sometimes a little bit even redder, Brusco set the tempo here for Nexplay EVOS. Not shy with using the Flicker and the I'm Offended ultimate combined into the Don't Run Wolf King. Flicker, 3, 2, pair that up with the Kadita Burst combo. There's no escape for any member of TNC Pro Team caught out there. But let's look at the plus of the side of TNC Pro Team. That if this Ruby didn't have the dream setups that she would have wanted, they had the tools in, well, the Edith to supplement the damage and bait out and absorb the abilities of Nexplay EVOS, where, of course, as we know, the more damage Edith takes, the higher her Primal Wrath bar will be, hence more effective her non-mech form will be as well. And we saw that there were 2 times that Nexplay EVOS tried to dive Hesu, that Hesu was able to survive an even counter. Even in the beginning of the game, TNC Pro Team was able to show that off with the Edith. But Nexplay EVOS were swift in the response time and time again. Again, the story of the early game was the trades. TNC would initiate and get a kill, get a win. Nexplay EVOS made sure they always got something out of it. And in the scenarios where Nexplay EVOS, even though it doesn't seem like they should force the issue in getting a positive trade back, TNC Pro Team were caught off guard that Nexplay EVOS would end up getting the positive trade backs because TNC Pro Team, it looked like at some moment just didn't expect suddenly for someone to use a flicker to get closer and then lock them down, chain them in. It was also unfortunate that at one moment where TNC could have found the reverse snowball, they just weren't able to catch out Boyet. The knock-up from the Edith, because of the movement speed that the Karina had, just was too slippery to catch off. And Nexplay EVOS just continued the momentum of the snowball they found in the bottom lane. Again, that's why the Karina worked so well at the same time. Knowing that they're up against an Harith, they needed that extra oomph of magic damage to balance out the potential that they could bring out, that TNC Pro Team could bring out. So let's go to the keys to victory checklist. You have here, show the new dynamics through a new fundamental playstyle. TNC Pro Team more fundamental than that. They traded incredibly well and they were aggressive at the right times. Aggression and free-flowing playstyle for the side of Nexplay EVOS. Heck yeah, we saw that, especially once they got the ball rolling. It was, it's a weird balance of, it was very fundamental and you knew what they were doing 1, 2, 3, but there was a nice flow to it that felt so poetic. And of course, get hero picks we haven't seen in the past couple of months. Hello, Edith. We got to saw her, and we saw how deadly she could be as an XP lane anchor and as a second choice option as well. So we haven't seen Paquito or the others yet. We have seen Edith and how well it is. So, gentlemen, what do you think about that game and what we saw? What does TNC Pro Team potentially need to do here to start things first off in the draft to get the game back away from Nexplay EVOS?
Well, trades was the name of the game in game number 1, and although they had a chance to go up against Nexplay EVOS, the problem here is the side of the Tigers had more advantage in pacing up their level in terms of XP.
Yeah, in
but
terms
if
of the picks.
yeah,
also,
but if TNC would actually want to have that kind of lineup, they need to have an answer for the mid to late game, because from what I've seen, they were losing that magic damage, they're losing that oomph, as you said. So they need to have this answer for the next game.
That's an actual in-game unit, the amount of oomph dealt. I think we'll put that up in the analytics soon.
OPS, oomph per second.
Yes, oomph per second. But if you're talking about how TNC could bounce back, and again, looking all the way back to the draft, they could, for one, round out what they all want to do as a unit, as a whole. Because again, what Coach Lift and Wright were doing was they were picking up solid heroes that do well by themselves. But once you get into a situation where your opponents are in your face and are not hesitating to confront you 5v5, it kind of crumbles down. So again, draft for good and bad situations.
I believe if TNC has their game face on, they could actually make it work. Speaking of which, congratulations to our smart game face of the day. Team Shooting Gallery be the next smart game face of the day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices and you can actually win a treat brought to you by Smart. And that's a redeemable in-game code that you could actually use when you get home by just joining this game.
Yeah, if you show up here in the venue in Shooting Gallery, you cannot be camera shy. Because if you are, you might miss out some really awesome chances to win prizes.
Can we join? I've been smiling. I've been showing my game face all day.
Yeah, I wanna.
Oh, no,
see?
Because we're not flashing the hashtag. We're not joining the thing. But
that's a perfect example.
That's a game-winning face right there.
This is a perfect example, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you do it. That's how you win.
That's a game changer.
I'll take my code later on, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moontong, for that chance. And if you want to have an update on what's going to happen on the next, it's game number 2. How will TNC have a way of actually rising? As a unit, or say in the draft, could they show their signature picks back in the day? Or will they show a new one?
Now they've taken the scenic route on the way to success, the journey of victory, right? Escalera now has to maybe gas up a little more because they have to now win 2 games in a row. So besides the draft, I think one more thing that they have to do. I'm not saying Coach Lift and Wright didn't do this, Coach Scholar as well in the back. I'm saying maybe make it clear where you're investing early, mid to late. Because here in game 1, right, it was clear that Innocent was where they put all of their baskets.
Yeah.
But what about King Kong, though? I didn't see a clear path for King Kong to do anything into the mid game, into the late. Especially since, again, as early as first or second turtle, they were already trading. They were just saying, you know what, it's fine, don't.
Yeah, again, it's also a tough situation because I really feel like if we look through the looking glass, there is a universe out there where in the turnaround, TNC Pro Team and King Kong, especially on the Hayabusa, would have had the opportunities if they just kept that game relatively close.
Yeah.
If it just didn't get to the point where Nexplay EVOS just like snowballed out of control. But then at the same time, I get where you're getting at. Rise as a unit, not only in game but in the draft, because at some moments in the draft, it felt like, yes, it was set up for Innocent to get up that Harith, but also it was kudos to Nexplay EVOS for drafting and banning to the point where Harith really seemed like the best possible option in that scenario. But there were also some times where it felt like it was more of like a reaction with what Nexplay EVOS already picked up. So they planned ahead for Innocent, but the rest felt pretty reactive in terms of picks.
Yeah, speaking of picks, the first two choices of Nexplay EVOS was my worst nightmare. We have the glue, we have the carry, and it completely worked well. Imagine having a disaster with an answer for a counter. That's the glue. How do you manage to deal with that knowing that there's an Edith?
Francis, that's exactly why I was saying timing was never on TNC's side. That's why they needed to go super fast, given that, yes, they drafted the Hayabusa, they drafted the Edith, they drafted the Matilda, that once it gets going, again, in the hands of the best roamers, I'm seeing Ben Things, I'm seeing Oh My Venus, it's almost unstoppable. But the way Nexplay EVOS played, the way that they orchestrated these trades, if you keep trading with a lineup like Nexplay EVOS, you're eventually going to lose.
Yeah.
The carry found a way to recover. It was so hard for Innocent to bounce back when Doming started going.
Yeah, we were talking about it. In every game where you see an early to mid game just filled with constant trading, it will get to the point where it'll become a win-lose situation where one team clearly wins, one team clearly loses, exactly as what happened before. And another thing that I noticed though, Ben Things on that Matilda felt more utility than tempo setter. Because most Matildas that we're used to is really ahead in the shrubs, in the positioning. The moment you see a target here, yeah, you're circling Eagle because the other members of TNC are coming by. But it felt like a lot of the times it was Ben Things getting vision, but then playing back, putting up a guiding wind just in case TNC needs to retreat. So it felt more like a defensive Matilda than an aggressive Matilda, which I rarely see.
It was preventative.
Yeah, it was preventative.
Yeah,
Exactly.
a preventive maintenance approach.
Yeah.
With the lineup. I want to see Ben Things use it Franco again. I want to see the aggressive Ben Things.
It was
I want to
open.
see
Yeah, it was open. That's why I really thought of Franco would be going in here because with the lineup that Nexplay EVOS brought out, you're going to need that sure -1.
Yeah.
And once you get that in, then yeah, great. You have the damage and the tools to be able to punish it with all the control that you have, the slows that you have, Edith being a nuisance for heroes trying to escape, the Zaman Force, it would have been perfect. But when we saw the Matilda, we expected aggression, we expected speed. We saw that maybe the first 2 minutes of the game, and then it just became very cautious trading, and then suddenly it just became full defensive, preventative Matilda.
Yeah, they keep on answering total traps against Nexplay EVOS. You don't need to have this ability or have the mindset to answer everything and just completely gives you chaos and problems into the late game. So if they have the chance to probably brew it this time around, I'm expecting a new TNC to finally rise up. Yeah? A new one for game number 2.
Are you saying subs? Are you saying go deep into this 10-man roster? Because I'm for it. I miss Crab. I miss Ninja Killer.
We can take a quick look. Oh, I'm not going to spoil it,
No,
but I see something
you saw
different.
something.
I saw someone.
I miss Ninja Killer. I miss Escalera.
I was
all of
hinting
them.
it.
Yeah.
And if that is true...
I haven't seen Riku, but I want to see Riku.
Yeah.
I want to see, what else am I missing?
There's a lot of
Sasha!
Goyo.
I wanna see Sasha!
Sasha
could be.
as well. So for TNC, it felt like in that game that the lineup that they brought out and the style of play they wanted to play wasn't the one you'd want to play up against Nexplay EVOS. So I feel like this lineup, once you see them on your screen, is the perfect answer to what Nexplay EVOS wants to play.
So this raises more than a dozen questions, right? Number one.
A lot. I'm listing it.
Is
all right.
Please don't.
I'll listen too.
I'm going to...
Number one is, was this the plan all along for Coach Lift, Wright, and Coach Scholar? Have
Okay.
they always decided that, you know what, if this goes sideways, we do this, right? Number two is, What went into the process? What made the King Kong and Bentings lineup the first lineup? What made them the first responders? And why against Nexplay EVOS?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Maybe there's an element of that now, because what if the reason why it's like a full 10-man squad for TNC is because they have like a vanguard, like in armies. You have the vanguard or the scouting team, those in the front line to figure out what's really going on against opponents, and then suddenly here comes the rest of the army full of information. Right? Like a scouting team.
Yo,
are we going deep on this?
I can imagine Benting just going into the holding area, like the locker room's like, I soften him up, all right?
All right.
Go, Escalera.
I got you. This is exactly what they need. And suddenly he has like notes in his arm. This is exactly what happened here. This is his hot zones. This is where they want to go.
Oh my goodness. If this is true, and I don't want to turn back to confirm it, you saw first. I'm not sure, but if that happens, man, we might see TNC variants.
All right. And
it's confirmed.
It's confirmed, though.
It's confirmed. It's a full team swap for TNC.
Oh, here we go.
How do you rise as one when not everyone plays? Today, everyone plays.
That's how you do on the first day of the job.
It's their debut match. And is this a precedent for what we might expect for the entire season of TNC Pro Team?
I'm here for it.
Like every series will see them field the full 10-man squad.
Wow.
I'm here for it.
Count me in.
In before Coach Lift is...
Oh, it's him!
It's him! Coach Lift switched out Coach Wright with Scholar. Is that Coach Scholar? Yes!
Yes, it's Coach Scholar.
They're smiling.
It's the second unit, or maybe I want to say second unit, because I don't think one's first, one's second. But in terms of chronology, chronology in this game,
they showed up second.
They showed up second, so they're the second unit. So let's go into the draft. Asaxa, Escalera, Ninja Killer, Kram, and Riku are here on the board for TNC. EVOS still sticking with their same lineup. Kelly Hayes not coming in. We see the Paquito in the draft now, but it's as a bat. And again, that is a signature hero, not only for Kram time Paquito, but Saxa plays a mean jungle Paquito.
Oof. If those two gets out, but Nexplay EVOS is stopping it from happening. Paquito is out.
Whoa,
could be the Esmeralda comeback for TNC.
Oh, there.
It's heating up. Coach Lift pulling down a few buttons because, again, it's game time.
Coach.
We know how dire straits are. These are desperate times, calling for desperate measures. So they have to call in the second squad. And for those of you at home watching, why the hype? Well, Saxa Jago, once known as Saksha, was once a player for Brenny Sports.
Oh, yeah.
And as well, Ninja Killer, once known as Yasuo, is that same gold laner that showed us his own versatility. Saksha himself plays a mean gold lane, Paquito.
Yeah, and even him. So
Ninja Killer. I'm confused. Name change.
Yeah. It's only about 2.0.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Again, if I recall correctly, we have not seen a full 5-man swap
in the history.
In the same series.
In the history of the MPL.
In the history of the MPL, yeah.
And we're part of it.
My goodness.
We're completely part of it, and it's Faramis and Kadita for TNC right away. They traded out the carry. Back with Nexplay EVOS.
Yeah, we want to call back here to MPL Philippines Season 10. Near the end of TNC Pro Team season, Escalera played more games as a roamer. One of the games where they were able to win it was with Escalera playing the Kadita. As a Kadita and Faramis has shown, I'm sure it's safe to assume that this will be a Kadita for Escalera in the roam, but a mid-lane Faramis for Riku.
We were talking about the history of Nexplay EVOS, how this squad was the apocalypse, the Ragnarok of the amateur scene in the Philippines.
Yeah.
But, mind you, one of their mean rivals back then was Archangel. And look at this, 4 out of 5 playing for TNC.
Right.
Our old school Archangel, save for Riku. Kram, Yasuo, now known as Ninja Killer, Escalera, and Saksha, we're all part of that team too.
Man, clearly remembering this photo back in Season 9. They had a photo backstage, and they have it. This team has deeper roots on mean stats. Can they translate it up against Nexplay EVOS? And we're seeing the first pick of Benedetta into Season 11.
Yep, that's a debut pick right there to answer. Nexplay EVOS is Fredrin and Yu Zhong. Wow. They're going deep. This is a dive comp with a carry. Expect forward flickers from Doming.
Well, my question is, though, TNC Pro Team might have just drafted themselves into a corner yet again because they're going into the second phase without their marksman. TNC Pro Team would not want to pick up a Harith again, or even a magic damage. I'd want to see them pick up a marksman in the gold lane, but Nexplay EVOS can start taking those away. But TNC Pro Team with the respect ban Selena, they want to play it safe and make sure it doesn't end up on the hands of Brusco because of, it may seem like this Benedetta might be going into the jungle, and taking away the potential abyssal traps from Selena makes it easier for a Benedetta to roam and get into good positions in the shrubs.
I love that you mentioned the Selena. Both of these two teams, D has two players specializes on a Selena, known to their fast rotation, faster vision. Yup, you don't want to get their hands on this. But Nexplay EVOS, will they secure it? No. TNC bans it for themselves. Brody as well.
Yep, they're making Ninja Killer's life all the more miserable. It's like, all right, we're going to take out one of the heroes that can actually protect themselves in the gold lane. Now what? I'm looking at a Lunox. Renmar, what do you think about a Lunox gold lane for Ninja Killer?
And that's going to be an overload on magic damage. It's an easy Radiant Armor build and even Athena Shield build for Nexplay EVOS. Still, I'd rather see them put up a physical damage dealer, preferably a marksman in the gold lane. If there's a pick out there that is a swerve that we haven't seen in a while, that isn't a marksman but feels well into the gold lane, then I'm all for that. That's what. Just make it physical damage.
Like a Clint.
A Clint maybe even, but
pull it.
up against a Yu Zhong, that's gonna need godlike timing with the second skill dash back.
1 and 2, the combo.
I trust Ninja Killer.
Yeah,
he can do it.
We can put his fade in. We can put the fade in Ninja Killer. But Grok and Hanzo. Hanzo Ban again for Nexplay EVOS.
There's an odd absence of glue, by the way. Let me just say.
Oh.
Glue's still available for the picking. I feel like we're going to be seeing something new here for TNC. I just feel it in my bones.
Wait, Mortis?
There was a conversation I had with Lift about weeks ago where he said, even a ghost would be shocked and scared of what we're about to do. So the whole team swap was one thing. I don't know about a hero pick, though. This is a clear telegraph, right? Look, Martis and Benedetta. Someone's going to go to the jungle.
Yeah. Either these two.
There's a lot of flexibility in the first picks of TNC.
It's likely the Martis, right?
Yeah. For me, it's the Martis.
Yeah. It feels like this draft of TNC is tailor-fitted for whatever this last pick will be, whatever it may be. Are they going to pick up like what? Are they going to show up a Mia?
No.
If that happened, what was that? No, that felt personal.
It sounded real.
It's different for me. I had bad experiences. But no, it's not going to show. It's on Lolita and it's a Kagura.
Yeah, you turned off a marksman pickup on the side of TNC. And they're smiling and no, I feel like whatever they're gonna be picking, it's the surprise pick.
I've seen Lift smile like this. They're about to shock us.
Unless what is it gonna be? Oh my God!
No way! No!
Oh, let's go!
How is this? Lift, you did not. Scholar.
It's a gold lane.
No way! Why?
Bro, this is what I was talking about. Just make it physical, make it a surprise.
Ninja Killer!
No!
Ninja Killer is rocking the Z-Long gold lane.
What?
This is not a epic ranked stack. This
my
is
nightmares.
Not even mythic. This is not even Mythic Glory 5, man. This is the MPL.
It's happening in the Philippines tonight.
It was a setup for a Zilong. And I've been Zilonging for this for a long time now.
It's happening. Oh, my nightmares is happening in front of my eyes.
Is it a Zilong jungle?
It's a gold lane.
Gold lane Zilong.
It's a gold lane because you have the Benedetta in XP and you have the Martis in the jungle. That's what I'm guessing here.
What if the Martis goes to the XP, the Benedetta in the jungle? Like, see again, this is those 3 picks, you can swerve them.
What if they didn't pick the Zilong? How about
I feel like we're in Shutter Island right now, TNC.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It's a marksman emblem, Electro Flash Zilong.
All right, let's not hate it.
My goodness.
Don't knock it till you try it, bro.
Dude, I'm not knocking it. I'm hype right now.
I am completely on the edge of my seat. A Zilong pick.
He quite literally is. He's filled up around 30% of his seat right now, OSX.
My gosh.
I'm looking at 15. He's barely on it. Let's just call the match, all right? So far, I'm loving it because this is a fresh TNC squad, and they're already crossing the river, threatening Little Wanderer, and Saxa Jago's not even there. Look at the minimap. There you go. Good start. Good start. Oh. Interesting. How'd that happen?
Wait.
Was that a tick? Was that a tick from Boyet? I'm looking at it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, off camera.
Right away.
Ninja Killer and Escalera gets an assist. Double.
The Zilong is doing it, and that's going to be almost down to 50%. He could bring it if Escalera. Look at that. Great positioning by Escalera to stop the rotation. 50% gone.
A minute and 20 seconds in, and there's a third left on that gold plate.
Half. Not even half. It's completely almost 3/4.
I don't know why, but okay, wait. Before I add to this, Nexplay EVOS trying to make a play here for the bottom.
This sounds like one of those nightmare situations, but TNC's winning both XP and gold lane. Ding is in trouble. Cram here at a 1/8 of his health. They get a kill off camera. Oh, but they eventually finish the job up top. Yeah, that's where. I don't know what's going on, folks.
If you tell me there's a pro player in the MPL whose name is Ninja Killer, the first thing that's going to come to my head is, man, he probably plays Zilong.
In the first impression of the season.
And he does. Look at this turtle here at a 1/5 of its health. Saksha pushing away Boyet and gets the retribution and tick. Now Ding retreating, uses the Black Dragon form just to make sure nothing else happens. Ninja Killer barely alive here. A 1/10 of his health in. Now let's Goyong and Doming get a few of those gold shields down bottom. All right, TNC just barely about 1,000 ahead here, 2 minutes in.
Great play there by Nexplay EVOS, equalizing it just a little bit, making sure that their marksman gets
pressure. Ocean Oddity able to take down Ding deep behind enemy lines. Tier 1 turret here. Now going to be home for TNC as they try to take down Boyet. Can Cram do it? One more hit, sword intent, able to take down the jungler from Nexplay EVOS.
TNC is having a dive, calculately risking everything in the right moment. Talking about early game damage.
I'm glad I'm alive and in this moment right now. I never thought I'd see the day.
This is a blessing.
Yeah, but
Amen.
TNC Pro Team, they're playing their cards right. They're being hyper-aggressive in the XP lane, knowing that their gold lane is dealt with enough. Like, they're happy with the early game kill that they got, the progress that Ninja Killer got there, but now Escalera's even cozied up with Ninja Killer in the bottom lane.
Yep, gotta watch out for the Oddity. The Oddity really is the icing on the cake, able to allow Ninja Killer to just inspire and just go ham on whoever is caught there. Interesting, Rapid Boots. Rapid Boots plus a Wind Talker on the way for Ninja Killer here this early on.
And Dragon Flurry passive for this Zilong. Getting scary, but Escalera's being caught on 3.
Yep, that's
The Nexplay lane's going to be in trouble again because of it.
Yep, Breath of the Ocean able to keep Escalera alive, but just barely. Again, the fact that there's 3 members of Nexplay EVOS down here to stop this Zilong is I can't believe those words are leaving my mouth.
I even can't imagine I'm watching this game.
And it's working.
It's working
completely
really well.
for TNC.
Yeah, even with an Inspire.
Saxa Jago stole it.
Oh, wait.
He was able to steal
Did
the
he?
Grab that purple because, again, the attention of Nexplay EVOS is on Ninja Killer.
Man, the mind games right now onto the from the gold lane rather. Ultimate.
Numenon Blast by Brusco, stunning Escalera. He goes down. And where did the turtle go? Boyet takes it. That's a knock-up onto Goyong. He goes down. Riku gets the kill. Doming is throwing out these light wheels. A lot of damage on this carry early on. And that is a great recovery from Nexplay EVOS. We have a ball game, folks.
Yeah, you see here, though, lane switch. Ninja Killer is going to be going to the top lane. Nexplay EVOS played that team fight really well. Great retribution from Boyet to get that turtle to balance out the gold lead that TNC has built up for them. Still a very small gold lead here. Again, I feel like it might get to the point where a team getting a double or triple kill is going to be a turnaround.
Just flipped it.
Oh, the turnaround!
And the punish by Goyong and Ding. Riku barely going to get away here. And now we're seeing possibly cracks in the armor. Ninja Killa suffers his first death.
Great timing there by the members of Nexplay EVOS, especially Goyong being very patient with the usage of his combo as a Kagura to make sure that TNC's punished.
And now Goyong barely survives. Escalera, you see how brave that was to attempt a pick-off on 2 up top?
Yeah, it's just the burst. They're eating kind of Nexplay EVOS. They want the peel. They want the attention. Saxajago trying to take a bullet. Falling down in the hands of Saxa.
That's a 4v1 in mid.
Yeah, and a key pick off onto the tanky jungler of Nexplay EVOS means that the jungle of Nexplay EVOS is open for TNC. Saxajago takes the purple buff away, and now their next sequence will be to get the tower up top.
We were talking about earlier in the post-game analysis. How does TNC answer mid to late game? No, this is our answer, and they're pushing and they're controlling every objective that Nexplay EVOS can take.
Ooh, Riku threatened to pull there with the Shadow Stampede. I'm wondering what's the next move here. We're in the mid game, and Ninja Killa pushed 1 turret. That's up top. I wonder why they let go bottom.
Oh, man, that's a massive trade though for TNC, because now they're going to need to put resources there, and right now it's Ninja Killa to make sure that he gets to clear the minion wave. Nexplay EVOS, this might be a relatively easy turtle for them.
Oh, Boyet gets it. Here comes Ding with the Black Dragon form. Numenon Blast, stunning 2. And there's a Cult Altar by Riku. Not going to save Cram. And it's looking catastrophic for TNC as Doming gets a double. Escalera taken down by Goyong. It's a 3 for none. Make that 4 for none. Boyet wasn't done. And now Nexplay EVOS in the driver's seat.
That was a massive miscalculation there by TNC. They know they're up against a Lolita. The information, does she have the flicker? Does she have her ultimate? They fought that as if they forgot there was no Lolita on the map. And Nexplay EVOS have yet again found the massive pickoff at this scenario. Team fight win to potentially start a snowball going.
Escalera caught out.
Where
Rough
he's
waves
going.
at the right time. Here comes Cram and Riku. It's a 3v3 up top. Saxajago just making his way on through. And down bottom, it's Ding and Ninja Killa.
Looks like Nexplay EVOS is seeing the silver lining here. They want to keep Ninja Killa preoccupied. That gold lane push while that objective is about to be taken. Man, look at that. Note game, and it's a Zilong on screen.
How perfect. This
Infinix.
Poetic.
Ultra
Man,
fast.
the perfect display right on your screens. How are they answering this? They want to keep it occupied, but the gold is not even that far against TNC.
Oh, in goes Ninja Killa, but throwing no caution to the wind. Escalera already uses the rough waves to survive. Here comes Saksha. There's a knock-up from Ding. Escalera bites it. Now Riku, too late to respond. TNC are reeling.
Unfortunate timing there for TNC. Nexplay EVOS, they already had members there. Ninja Killa and Escalera thought it would just be that one member there, but Nexplay EVOS said, nope, you're not going to get anything.
Oh, Numenon Blast! Stunning Riku, but not before Saksha takes down Brusco. But Goyong eventually finds his man. Ninja Killa helps take one down. The punish underneath. It's Goyong with a shutdown, but Doming takes down Ninja Killa. Eventually, Nexplay EVOS find the trade, winning underneath tier 2. All this while, Cram was buying time up top.
Nexplay EVOS playing that incredibly well. Although we did see there the power of what the Zilong can do in that scenario. A quick -2 delete from that Zilong. So Nexplay EVOS still have to be careful. But TNC need to play a little bit sharper right now because it seems like they're going into scenarios with not a lot of info.
Oh, delayed damage coming in from Ding. Taking down Riku. Look at Escalera. The stun coming in from Brusco. Doming bursted down by Escalera. Watch the Lord! Watch the Lord! Sakshajago takes it for TNC! And he's just swiping away. Goyong gets a double onto Escalera. But now Boyet survives. But really, was that worth it for Nexplay EVOS?
TNC's breathing. He's breathing.
With Domeng down, TNC said, let's rise up and get this Lord. What can they do to make the most out of it, though? Because it seems like the members of Nexplay EVOS can just stop it without a problem. Mid lane doesn't have the minion waves yet to push down mid. And TNC Pro Team can't push down bottom because Nexplay EVOS and Ninja Killa feels like Ding and Goyong are there. They know the response. So even though TNC got the Lord, they couldn't get the pushes that they needed. What they got, though, was a little bit more breathing room to find a turnaround point yet again.
Breathing room and time. They're reversing the snowball once again with Ninja Killa's answer with this Zilong. The ultra late game could be the answer because what I'm seeing here, Doming's damage is really showing off with that free hit onto team fights.
Yeah, that carries a massive problem.
Something tells me there is a Wind of Nature on the way. Ninja Killa, looking at his items, he should start building one too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Doming doesn't deal any damage, but I hate to say this, but if a Zilong gets his hands on the carry, say bye to the carry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Almost entirely physical damage on the side of Nexplay EVOS, except, of course, for the Kagura. So, Wind of Nature is much needed. He has all the damage items he needs. He has a Berserker's Fury, the Scarlet Phantom. He's happy in terms of damage. He needs more sustainability now.
Sustainability, well, Riku could answer that. That's why Nexplay EVOS keeps on peeling and targeting them once he gets off isolated.
Yep, the only other thing that TNC needs in this, I don't know, Rubik's Cube, this Group Goldberg machine of damage, is if there was a Diggy. That would just make Ninja Killa's approach all the more lethal, but I guess they're happy with an extra life with the Cult Altar.
And right now, TNC are playing the map well, spacing things out, making moves with little bit of minion pushes in the side lanes to get more information. So now they saw Boyd there. They saw Doming up top. Most members of TNC are down bottom lane, so they might make a play there, but no, Cram gets picked off, unfortunately.
Wasn't able to use a Petrify there to at least maybe sword intent away, eye for an eye to survive. Mind you, I know that Nexplay EVOS is getting good control of the map, but this is easier said than done because the Lord that TNC scored earlier has enhanced their minion wave. So that means Nexplay EVOS have to constantly deal with this.
Yeah, you mentioned Wind of Nature there earlier, Leo. Domeng just picked it up. But we have to point out, though, the amazing performance of Goyong so far, 8-2-2 on this Kagura. He has been crucial in stopping TNC with doing the things they want to do.
Oh, Ninja Killa with the ult, gets away. Now gonna walk into Boyet, and that's about it. It's over. That young man was folded in half. Boyet and Ding take down Ninja Killa. Saksha Jago. A flicker forward by Doming. 2 losses for TNC cross map.
And Nexplay EVOS is clearly setting up this enhanced Lord for themselves. A push against TNC, preventing the possible ending of this disaster that they can get against this Zilong.
Free Lord for Nexplay EVOS, and we said Ninja Killa needs to build a little bit more sustain. Ninja Killa said, no, I'm going to build myself a Malefic Roar. So he has all the damage items he needs. A Wind of Nature might be great in this scenario, but Nexplay EVOS with a more orthodox lineup that we're very familiar with. They're just running out the checklist at this point. Clear the jungle, push with the Lord, delay it a little bit so you get that 3-wave push, but Cram is doing great in the bottom lane with cutting that lane. So it's now 2 lanes that TNC needs to worry about in this Nexplay siege.
Oh, here comes the Lord. Luminous crashing into that mid lane. Escalera barely survives, walking on an inch through. Even if he wasn't hit by the Numenon Blast, he will still fall.
Ninja Killa!
Goyong, look at Ninja Killa, slashing on through, finds his target, into Doming he goes. Down goes Goyong, Cram gets the kill. Cram and Rico aren't done. Down goes Ninja Killa, Boyet gets the kill. Saksha falls as well, that's a double for Boyet. And now Cram will not take down Doming, the automatic stun from Brusco. Riku cannot find anyone else. It's all crumbling for TNC.
Look at Boyet though.
He's pushing.
No.
He's
he
pushing.
can end it.
That's permanent damage.
Is he doing it? He's doing it.
Escalera.
Oh, he's going to clear the way.
Boyet.
Riku doing his best, and TNC still breathing. The fire still burns.
Woo, what a scramble all across the map. Just when you thought Nexplay EVOS can end it, Escalera just coming back in time to clear the minion wave. But it is still Nexplay EVOS in the lead. TNC, what they want to do in this game, Nexplay EVOS is barely allowing it. They know Ninja Killa is going to be looking for Domeng, and they have the late entry every time from Ding. Late entry Yu Zhong has become the bane of TNC in the past few sequences right now.
Late entry, the problem is Nexplay EVOS damage right now is totally getting off the charts in team fight setups. It's dangerous for TNC to wait for that moment, for that ambush from the back line. But how will they actually secure this? Because there's no possible way that they could be up front, up against the defenses of Nexplay EVOS. There's a Yuzong, there's a Fredrin, and a Lolita.
Again, much like the bait of many ranked game players, Ninja Killer has to start finding angles.
Yeah.
I myself have been the victim of such Zilong antics. So if he can find an angle that maybe Ding or Brusco haven't found out just yet, they can pick off Doming, maybe even Goyong.
Oh, I feel like I've seen this positioning before from TNC. A Hail Mary topside push.
Oh.
I know I've seen that in the past.
Season 9.
Season 9,
against
yes.
our world champions, against Echo.
Yeah, exactly.
They did it.
They have the positioning for it, and it's Ninja Kill and Escalera, the same people who did it back then. Nexplay EVOS, do they know what TNC is potentially setting up? They see Ninja Killer on the map. What is going to happen here? This could be a massive moment for our game. 16 minutes in.
Look at the control of TNC. They're all over the map. They're all over with the pushes.
Oh, with just the threat of activation, with just the rattlesnake, they're able to push away Nexplay from an almost secure Luminous Lord.
Yeah, Nexplay EVOS
How
is
do you
feeling
distract it? That's the way.
They know there could be something there potentially. So Nexplay is taking their time with this Lord.
Oh, they're
and
beating
TNC are happy that Nexplay are delaying it. Oh, but the positioning right now of Goyong is so crucial. Goyong not showing up in the map is massive right now for Nexplay EVOS.
That could be the only thing that Nexplay EVOS is holding on to.
Yeah.
Because even TNC are skittish about what they're about to do. Oh, now Goyong knows. Goyong knows. He's about to reveal himself. No, he's still hiding. He's still hiding.
Ninja Killer, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Backing off though. Oh my goodness, this Lord fight.
Watch bottom lane.
Look at the
Watch
control of
bottom
TNC.
lane. It's a pincer maneuver. Oh, now
Wait,
Saksha.
wait.
Very close. And there's a knockup by Riku.
Oh, Saksha
still seals it. Saksha still seals it. And now the Numenon Blast. Look, Lord marching on through top lane. Bottom lane, huge wave. And now it's up to Cram.
Ninja Killer!
Are they going to do it? Look at this. Oh, double penetration for TNC.
What a pincer maneuver from TNC Pro Team.
Top and bottom.
My goodness.
I say that's a win. That's a win.
For TNC's breathing, seeing the silver lining, the time is now for this unit to actually rise. Dividing Nexplay EVOS, that's the way, and that's the way it's gonna be to win this game.
Nexplay EVOS had an answer for it. The positioning of Goyong not showing up in the map for a long time, waiting for Ninja Killer. You even saw Ding back off a bit, go closer there to the top side of the river. That pixel shrub that you see on your map right now on the top left. And that meant Nexplay EVOS had their bases covered. But because you have a Hayabusa, not a Hayabusa, a Zilong and a Benedetta pushing the side lanes together, one was gonna give, but both ended up giving, and TNC even got the Lord out of it. But now, the question is, can they get more? Can they get this mid tower?
Oh, Ninja Killer.
TNC is giving a lot of problems right now for Nexplay EVOS. Push tower defenses, and they're pushing Nexplay EVOS to be at the mercy of their own base.
About 5 minutes earlier, we were talking about how Nexplay EVOS is approaching this on a very fundamental level. But sometimes your opponents do something so out of this world that the fundamentals will not cover it. And now you're faced with the situation of how do I answer 2 of my inhibitors taken down when we were clearly in the lead? How?
So many questions going into this game, and so many questions as this game unfolded. The only question is, who's going to get the next Lord? Who's going to pull the trigger first? Who's going to make a mistake? Ding has picked up an anti-Cuirass, so that should help with the damage reduction on the physical damage dealers of TNC. But now this positioning of Nexplay EVOS might just be what helps take the cake. But Doming and Brusco do not commit. They're only there for information. They're really just waiting for the next Lord, these two teams.
Gentlemen, the past 5 minutes have been chess-like. The role players, the key players from both TNC and Nexplay EVOS have been standing still for minutes at a time just to make sure that the next move, the next play, no pun intended, is executed perfectly.
Just like Carl Teasy, I'm a chess man myself. I'd like to call what TNC just pulled off here the Zilong Gambit. An opening and game play. Chess players out there, you know what I'm talking about, and you're probably laughing at me, but I like how it sounds.
Yeah, this is how you open the first match or the second match of the season. Show up as Ilon. It never happened on MPL Philippines.
How do I explain to my friends in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Indonesia, yeah, this is the Philippine meta? How?
I'm pretty sure LaFell would just go, I'm not surprised, bro.
Oh, man, this is...
Anything is possible.
I'm sure for one of them it's a dream come true.
Yeah.
TNC, Nexplay EVOS. Still is Nexplay EVOS though, with a good amount of control on the map, and this is deadly positioning right now for TNC, because Nexplay EVOS, they might be able to make a play here. Their major damage dealers are up top. Oh no, Ninja Killer might get spotted out. They found him!
Concealed play by Brusco and Doming. Numenon Blast. Ninja Killer gets away, but a flicker forward. Eventually will get their man. And now Doming, does he see Escalera from the back? There's a conceal on him as well. And the Ocean Oddity gonna knock out Brusco. Here comes Riku, forces out a called Altar. Doming goes down, Cram gets his man. All this time, Boyet is going 1v1 with the Lord. Is this going to be worth it? Escalera very low. King bites down, doesn't let go. Top lane penetrated by Nexplay EVOS. And now they are on even odds. 2 inhibitors down for both sides. It's a bloody brawl.
They're roaring into the base of TNC. They have a Lord push. 3 members only left to defend the base of TNC.
Cram will try to delay. If I'm Cram here, I should not go down. Cram needs to get out of here with his life intact. And hopefully maybe even with his immortality intact. But look at the bot lane. Cram wants to make space. Cram is forcing back the members of Nexplay EVOS to defend because of him showing up.
Oh my goodness, my heart is beating too fast. I gotta tell you, it's beating too fast. Like I'm playing this game. 2 of my nightmares present. Carry and Zilong onto this game.
Calm down, Francis, calm down. We're okay, all right?
You're awake, you're not sleeping, you're safe.
The fact that TNC has clawed back into this game and Nexplay EVOS understands and have answered so well, specifically from that pincer maneuver. 2 inhibitor penetrations. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before.
Everyone has the items they need. Everyone has the defenses that they need. Although you see the Lolita might be on the way to building up a Guardian helmet just to get a little bit more sustain and a little bit more HP to buy time for them. This game now 22 minutes and running. Can TNC pull off the Z-Long Gambit, or will Nexplay EVOS with a more fundamental and methodical approach take the series with a 2-0 win?
I say, boys, we need to take a breather here, because if we're talking about items here, NXPE has the defenses to outplay TNC. The problem is, will the Phoenix could actually have an angle to burn everybody down, because we have immortalities present in 3 members, and if TNC receives this...
Numenon Blast, no one home. They burst out Escalera. Goyong gets a kill. Now Doming just making quick work of this last inhibitor.
Oh, love this carry.
Go! This is trouble. This is dangerous.
The
Nexplay EVOS are going for the
they
finish.
ending it?
Can they do it? Oh, they're still alive. Here comes Cram. Gonna try his best. There's no minions. There's no minions.
Doming,
they're still going. Doming very low. And
Look
that's
at
one
Doming.
immortality pop. Saksha gonna retreat. They're still going. Riku popped in.
Wow.
Brusco goes down. Ninja Killer. Ninja Killer's doing it.
He got him.
Oh, God.
still survives, but
Run,
he's
Ninja
dead.
Killer, run.
Doming is
And now
finishing the
Saksha
job.
Jago gonna try to get some men down. Decimate on cooldown right now. Boyet still alive.
Doming.
Down goes Doming. Down goes Saksha.
Ninja Killer.
Bodies everywhere. It's a 3-for-3 so far. And Ninja Killer has an immortality. Looking for Boyet.
Is he taking Boyet?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, he just says thumbs up.
That is it, folks. It's a 3-for-3 trade, and Nexplay EVOS and TNC, a Pyrrhic victory on both sides.
Man, the uses of the resources, a massacre. Mind games, micro, macro play, you name it. Present in the second match of the season.
I'm smiling ear to ear because this is one of the craziest games I've ever seen in MPL Philippines history.
My goodness.
Oh, what these 2 teams are showing right now is both out of this world, fundamental, principled, but also just downright crazy, and I'm absolutely living for it. And after 24 minutes and 30 seconds, folks, the Nexplay EVOS mid tower is still standing.
Tier 1 mid turret.
Tier 1.
Tier 1.
Still
How
standing.
do you protect your mid 1 turret? Everybody clip this on TikTok.
Let's ask Goyong. It's his lane. That's the mid laner from Nexplay EVOS. Now, Luminous Lord scaled up to 25 minutes. Already up, and Brusco has eyes on it.
We even talk about it right now that these 3 turrets are up. It's a completely viable defense. Escalera falls down.
Oh, that's a great pickoff.
By Goyong once more. Here comes Ding. Goyong very low. Riku gets the kill. Another one falls. And still, Riku has a cult altar. Watch top lane. Watch top lane. Saksha Jago pushing back three. Boyet here.
They're
playing
calling
man-to-man defense. That's 4 members from TNC. They understand. They can't do it. Not now. Not like this. Zilong Gambit called off.
I swear to goodness, TNC, your lives will be so much easier if you can finally get that mid lane first tier tower down. But they still can't. Nexplay EVOS know that that tower static is giving them a lot of room to work with. But look at this. The split pushes. With the split pushes.
Watch! It's just Ding here. The only defender. Now Doming able to go home. And Saksha Jago and Riku play in 2v2. It's a tag team match between him and Brusco and Boyet.
Yeah, TNC doesn't know where the marksman is. They don't know where Doming is right now, OSX.
They're scattered all over the map, controlling the possibilities of Nexplay having a counter punish. Saksha Jago is ringing the bells. Who actually reacts first?
Ding, ding.
Who will actually react first?
Ding! Ding and Ninja Killer go in 1v1. They pop the immortality. Ding's still alive. Domeng to the rescue, saving his XP laner.
Oh, they popped the immortality on the Yuzhong. Again, the Yuzhong has been a big problem for TNC because Ding has been acting like sort of a Leomord in the old days, a late entry sweeper for the low health members of TNC. With the immortality gone, TNC has a bigger opening here to take down that problematic Yuzhong. But Nexplay EVOS, and especially Domeng, they've been playing around Domeng really well, and Domeng has just been near God mode on this carry for the past few minutes.
I want to calm down. I want to calm down for a bit. Man, Ding has an answer. He has the Queen's Wings. The problem of TNC is becoming more of a layer of a problem, but on the macro scale of things, they're spreading Nexplay EVOS too thinly.
Yep. There's a method to the madness. The fact that the mid lane tier 1 is still standing, yeah, makes it worse for TNC, but they don't need it. Again, they're just living off what they need, and that's the top and bottom constantly being pushed.
Oh, road to greatest games. We are now 27 minutes in and counting. TNC, oh man, they're going. This Lord though, Escalera, Saksha Jago, can they secure it?
Watch out. Escalera here in the Y bush. Saksha Jago play in footsies with Boyet.
They're squeezing Nexplay EVOS right in the heart.
This is conditioning. Again, TNC have taught Nexplay EVOS to be afraid of that top lane. So now they're sending less men to the Lord Pit and instead more on the top lane. That's 2v2 up top.
Escalera with the concealed play.
Noman on blast. Oh, they fight too. And still confirms the Lord. And now that's Domeng throwing away those light pinwheels. Boyet goes down with the Blazer's Wrath. Taking down Escalera. That's a man down for TNC. Lord
up top.
Spawn here in 15 seconds. Check top. It's just Ding versus Cram and Ninja Killer. Can he do it? Oh no. Where's the camera?
This Yuzhong.
What are you planning, TNC?
Oh, look at that.
Ninja Killer, very low. Oh, he goes down. That's going to cost TNC. And now Cram, dancing around, takes down Ding.
Buying time.
He's still alive. There's an immortality on him. Look at mid. Oh, no man on
There's
blast.
no defense.
Taking down Cram. Can they do it? Can they do it? Oh, no. This
It's happening.
That's it.
Happening.
Nexplay EVOS does it, folks. They take down TNC and take game 2 and the series.
Say the name! Say the name! Minada! Nexplay EVOS on the first day of the job, a dominating performance against TNC.
I'm sorry, OSX, I wouldn't call that game 2 dominating. That was a butt clencher if you're Nexplay EVOS.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, you are holding down to your season like, oh, what do we do? Oh, where do we go? Where do we go? But Nexplay EVOS were incredibly patient on the back of a surprise lineup, a surprise play style, and multiple surprise strategies in this game. Nexplay EVOS stayed calm, stayed cool, and stayed composed. They were able to find the way to victory.
The notorious squad. Again, you don't come into MPL, Philippines at that, with a reputation like this. And Nexplay EVOS, they have done it. They have shown TNC, they have shown all of us how to answer both a fundamental approach and potential cheese on the grandest stage of them all here.
Completely translating experience up against TNC surprise. My goodness! I'm happy that I'm living this match and I'm living this day. I'm framing this on a photo album right when I go home.
What, the moment where they picked Zilong?
Yes!
Just that? That's what you're going to frame with your photo album?
Yeah.
All right. I like it. What I'm going to frame in my photo album, though, is actually, no, I'm not going to frame it. I'll probably just save a recording of this match and their bows. Of course, thank you, TNC. And, of course, congratulations to our victors. Nexplay EVOS. Man, that was a hard-earned game number 2 victory. Game number 1 was their game. Game number 2 was anyone's game.
Did we hit the 30-minute mark? That's my question.
I think we did.
At some
Close
point,
to it.
It felt like nothing, but also forever at the same time. It felt like, oh, it's a game. But also it felt like, when will this end? But I'm here for it. It's not a when will this end of boredom. It's more of just like, can we do this? Can we just keep going?
And I want to keep telling everything what's happening on a Zilong carry game that goes back and forth. Tier 1 turrets completely safe in the mid. How do you manage? How do you even see angles of mistakes up against Nexplay EVOS?
Nothing. They answered almost perfectly.
Yeah.
That's what you do against a lineup that tries to shock and awe.
Yeah, the positioning of Ding and I believe it's Goyong on the Kagura. The Yuzhong and the Kagura were what helped Nexplay EVOS stay in this game and make sure they got that win because they were the first responders of defense. Eventually, of course, it would also be the carry sometimes, but usually because of the burst damage that a Kagura can dish out, the wave clear, and the sustain of the Yuzhong. Great play by those two.
Great play, great memories to look back now. Let's call on Maron what's happening with Nexplay EVOS right on stage for the winning moment.
Thank you, casters, and for the first time this season 11, congratulations to the new faces of Nexplay EVOS. I don't know if you guys could hear, but the crowd here is screaming, cheering for them. Hi, Leia. So, finally, you're here. Ang daming nag-aabang sa MPL debut nyong lahat. Talagang tinatawag kayong superstars. Amateurs now turned pro. Kamusta ang buong experience ngayong araw na to? How is it like officially being part of MPL?
Ano po, sobrang saya po kasi parang amateur pa lang talaga namin, ginagrind na talaga namin tong ano na to eh, tong prosi na to. Kaya yun, maraming salamat din talaga sa management namin kasi kundi talaga dahil sa kanila, wala kami dito.
Sobrang ganda ng ginawa nyo today. Sa mga hindi naka-notice, tinalo nila yung buong lineup ng TNC. So, na-surprise ba kayo doon na may 5 kayong manlalaro na kinakalaban tas nagpalit sila? I haven't really seen that happen much. But still, you kept your composure. That doesn't faze you at all. Anong nasa isip niyo noon na nagpalit sila ng all 5?
Para sa amin po, wala naman po. Expected na po kasi namin yung ano eh, yung team 2 tsaka team 1 talaga ano. Ayun, wala, di naman numubra. Okay lang.
Collective, gusto ko malaman, now nandito kayo sa MPL. Kung meron kayong isang koponan na talagang dati pa gusto namin itong talunin, anong koponan yon?
Sige, ako na lang magsasalita for
Panoobs!
Sige, actually yung pinaka-biggest inspiration ng team namin is Blacklist. Especially nung nakalaban namin sila, nung nagsastart pa lang kami nung ISF, yung mga players that time, as in kakastart pa lang namin, wala pa kaming phones, wala pang bootcamp, nakahubad sila maglaro, ang init ng mga phones nila. Tapos nung nakita ko nakapalag sila, sabi ko, this is a huge future talaga. Very promising. So, para sa amin yun, nag-all in kami doon. And sobrang happy ako at nagtiwala sa amin yung Amverse to invest into the future and dreams of these kids.
Now, you will get to face them in the future. If in case you guys don't know, they won 11 championships from different amateur leagues. Pero nag-break kayo ng 3 months. Yun ata yung pinakamahabang break nyo starting November.
Actually,
Kwento naman.
It's 11 consecutive wins and a total of 19 major championships last year. So yung nga sabi mo, we had a break. We did a break for 3 months starting nung November na hindi kami nag-compete sa any amateur scenes kasi we wanted to focus on the holistic development of each players going into the pro scene kasi we all know social media is also sometimes dark. Diba? Medyo dark din kapag so, napaka-importante kasi ma-prepare sila, mental fortitude, going to the pro scene. Alam mo naman, onting mali mo lang, grabe na yung bash ng mga tao, di ba? Without considering any feelings. Tapos, with the help, syempre, ni Hayes, this guy has experience of 10 leagues in the pro scene and also nag-champion din. So, siya yung nag-guide sa team ngayon.
I want to hear from Hayes actually. Kamusta yung bagong team mo? All new faces. You're the only one remaining. How was the adjustment? Kamusta sila?
Okay naman po. Masaya po kasama tapos parang unang pasok ko pa lang po parang solid bonding nila tapos ang dali lang po makipag-usap sa kanila ganun tapos nakaka-inspire din po sila tapos parang na-inspire din po sila sa mga kinukwento ko kasi parang nakakahawa po yung nila yung sipag nila tsaka yung parang yung gigil nila manalo. Parang nakaka-enjoy din po.
And you look like you're really happy because we're seeing you smile. Congratulations once again. Nexplay EVOS. You may now take your bow and exit the stage. Hayes with the new faces of Nexplay EVOS. They swept their opponent and they're proving why they were called the superstars in the amateur scene and now they want to make a mark here in the MPL. Balikan natin ang ating mga casters para himayin ang naganap sa laban na to. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. If I can recall the days that I started with MPL Philippines, this is the first time that I saw Yelly Hayes smile.
I've been waiting years to see him smile.
Yeah, and that was a big, full smile too.
And this completely translates how this new era completely proving themselves that we are worthy to be here. Say their name and you know what pops up out of your mind. But now, let's call on Ramar Santa Cruz on how he could actually zoom in on what happened in game number 2.
So, what do you want to talk about? Because what we just saw here was an absolute chess match. If you have to tell your friends to watch a game of MPL, absolute craziness, absolute fundamentals, suggest them this game. This game number 2 between Nexplay EVOS and TNC Pro Team. Let's start things off with the draft, of course. And as the theory was, heading into the last pick of TNC Pro Team, because of all the flexible picks that they showed up, it really felt like they were setting up for a surprise last pick. That's a tendency for pro teams. When you have a surprise last pick, you actually have, usually you draft heroes that have a lot of flexibility, so there's a lot of questions where they could potentially go, making the last pick more impactful. So it was a Kadita, Faramis, Benedetta, Martis, and then the last pick, Zilong by TNC Pro Team. But Nexplay EVOS, of course, they showed up here with a lineup more orthodox and more similar to the fundamentals that we've been familiar with for the last, not just few months, but the last 5 or so months of MLBB here in the Philippines and in the world. The only difference that I would point out here is we don't see Kagura picked up that often. Usually it's picked up as a massive comfort pick or a great pickup against heroes with against lineups with a lot of dive. And that's what TNC Pro Team has, a lot of dive capability. Kagura is incredibly punishing against heroes such as that. They can dish out all the damage they'd want to. They use movement abilities to get closer. And just when you thought you'd be able to get a pick-off or a kill, suddenly here comes a Kagura with a massive combo to burst you down, and Nexplay EVOS will be able to turn it around. Doming and Ding played beautifully in this game. Although Boyet and Brusco, of course, responding very well. Again, the 3 core heroes that I'd put a lot of focus on here would be the Yuzhong, the Kagura, and of course the MVP of the game carry, Doming. If you would revisit a sequence closer to the 20-minute mark of the game where Doming survived with just a sliver of health, almost single-handedly winning the game for Nexplay EVOS at that moment, timing the phantom step of the carry really well, knowing when he will position and when he will fight, and knowing when he can be hyper-aggressive as a carry. Fantastic itemization as well. Bringing in an endless battle, picking up an Athena shield and
on immortality, knowing that at that late of a game, carry will be hurting with just 4 damage items. My goodness, a bright young future for Domeng and a bright game by the MVP carry. Now let's revisit again what TNC did right and why this game went on longer. It was their unorthodox, I'd like to call it more guerrilla warfare, Z-Long Gambit. And it was because them having something like a Benedetta paired up with a Z-Long, why they were able to split push and take down turrets in the side lanes at key moments for TNC. And as we saw, Nexplay EVOS were much more cautious at one point of the game because they knew, man, they had no more towers in the side lanes. The biggest problem for TNC is Nexplay EVOS somehow miraculously held on to the mid lane towers for so long that turns off so many plays that TNC could do, and it gives them a safety net, Nexplay EVOS, in the mid lane to play around. And as we all know, in the later portions of the game, it all just becomes a Lord fight game, a Lord dance game. Having that minion, that middle turret still up for the side of Nexplay EVOS meant that TNC's window were so small. And as you see here, that was one of the key highlights for Domeng on that carry. And this was the sequence that I believe ended it all. It's just TNC going for a gambit. A big play to win it all or lose it all. And because of the great micro movements that each individual members of Nexplay EVOS showed, and the macro plays that Nexplay EVOS showed in taking care of their side of the map to eventually find the turnaround win in the Lord all over the map as well. The gambit of TNC failed, but it was a brilliant one at that, and one of the most enjoyable games of MLBB I've seen. A lot of risk was involved. The Z-Long didn't have the stat line that it wanted to have, but you saw the impact that it had in team fights and how much damage it can deal if Nexplay EVOS aren't careful, and how deadly it is in split pushing if Nexplay EVOS aren't careful. As the interview of Nexplay EVOS said, Banoob said, there is a bright young future for this squad, this Nexplay EVOS squad. Gentlemen, do you agree with me? Is this looking like the start of a bright future ahead for Nexplay EVOS?
The fact that they were able to play fundamentals and answer a lineup that was meant to just throw you off. Again, who'd have thought that on the first day of MPL Philippines Season 11, you would face off against a gold lane Z-Long, and they did so with such grace. Just shows that this team not only has potential, but they have it.
And they didn't crumble onto the first day. There's a lot of challenges, a lot of factors that they can actually that can actually happen in this new players, or a new set of players for Nexplay EVOS. Didn't even have a way of like saying, I'm feeling kind of short, but they were all in most of their plays, performances. That's Nexplay EVOS for you, for the day one.
They're cool, calm, composed, but we also saw they're willing to bring out some spiciness with all the TPs in the face of Ben Thinks and the members of TNC Pro Team. They have a cool level head to them, but if they know they can show off the swag, they will.
Clearly, their road is clear for Nexplay EVOS. What a match to start the season. My name is OSX. This is with Leo and his Renmar Santa Cruz. Let's throw it over to Mara on how this will end for today.
To the 11th season of MPL Philippines. The 4 teams definitely gave us a great match. Echo, the World Championship, sweeps the MPL Philippines defending champion Blacklist International. And NXPE swept the entire lineup of TNC Pro. And it's definitely great to watch the games live. And if you want to do that, be sure to come here at the Shooting Gallery Studios. Now, as usual, MPL will be happening every Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. So tomorrow, be sure to be here for our first triple header of the season. It's going to be a great one. And also special thanks to Jan Joseph Lida for this beautiful dress that I'm wearing for today. See you all tomorrow and keep supporting MPL Philippines. Itaas ang lakas! The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank, and Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.